Hello, everybody. Welcome in tonight. Oh, I guess it's tonight, this evening. It's evening for me, at least. We're much earlier today. Just because we have time on a Sunday to start earlier. So, last we left off, we got cut off. So we'll have to jump back into the trial where we got cut off last time. Why is everyone streaming when I need to say, I'm sorry, Han. I'm sorry. Please go sleep, though. Sleep is important to get. There'll always be the VOD later. We'll always be streaming another day this week, so please go to sleep. Hello, Lex. Welcome in. Gamba-hun. It's okay. But yes, we're getting back into Ace Attorney tonight for this week's installment. I can't even remember where we left things, so... I can't remember where we left off, to be honest. We were in the middle of the trial, but we did not have a good stopping point. So, hello! Let's go ahead and jump in.
Don't see Gray's testimony is the only thing I remember. Okay.
Too bad it's not like an Atome where I can hit a button and just like scroll through the logs. I don't think we have a log. No, yeah. Oh, this music though. This music's fun. I've been in a real musical mood. Because last night I was looking for music to put on like stream and stuff, and I've been doing that today too. Music, just fills my soul.
BRB screen music. So it's
yeah. Starting
horrifyingly silent.
Yeah, no, you must sit in silence and contemplate the world, life, the universe.
I don't want to do that. Try to get away from that.
It's okay, then just space out and watch the moving grids. You don't have to think,
okay.
just watch moving grids. But yeah,
Go get Primo Gems.
I'm sorry, what?
I can go get Primo Gems.
You could
for 3 minutes.
You could. But yes, I know generally where we are. Can't remember exactly where we are. But the music. Sorry, music's so good. And not only that, but I've been listening to music that's similar to this. I've been trying to find. I don't know what music I want to use exactly, but my interests lie from the range of like big band swing music to like disco-y type music to like electronica to like I learned recently the terminology because there's so many genres for music, right? I believe I like future funk is what it's called. And so I just have so many different things that I'm like, how do I make this a cohesive thought? So I must pick a good song. Must pick a good song for y'all. It must contemplate the absence of music. Yes, contemplate to the absence of music. But yes, anyway, music aside, distractions aside, let's get back into this. Since I ostensibly know how to write music, I've literally been doing that in the quiet bits. Really? You've been working on music?
No, I haven't had the energy.
I understand. I understand. Do you like to start us off, Soph?
You can't threaten me, Mr. T. Gray. It's the defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright.
Oh dear. Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I'll give you that.
Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone.
Perhaps I can end this embarrassment.
Mr. Godot.
Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time.
Sweet.
Sweet, yep. A refresher from the last like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
The old man didn't just see the victim. Oh. No. How did I do this man's voice? I remember it gave me headaches. The service girl brought him a Java-chino, but she put something in it. And no question about it, she's very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim, he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison into the coffee.
Yes, it was a waitress who poisoned the coffee. Very impressive, Mr. Godot. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack.
Found your pen at last, right?
It was in my pocket. But anyway. Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elg, and the waitress, from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. Y'all are stupid. If this Glenn Elg was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? The defendant, Mr. Bird, or Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. We've got so many males in this, but I just forgot. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it?
I wonder who?
Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed?
Assumption. Yep, it was look at this man. Waitress material. For sure.
Right.
Definitely could pose as, you know, a petite, lean young girl.
Yep.
I'm gonna go with Viola. That's the only thing I can think of.
Who is this woman? Her name is Viola Cadavrini. She's an employee of Tenderlunder.
You's making a big mistake. Do you know who Violetta's grandfather is? That was definitely said properly. Don't question it. You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick.
Where was I? You're in the courtroom. Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, has stated the following.
Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table, it's true there was another customer in the restaurant. She was sort of creepy. And she had kind of a cackling laugh.
There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. I thought we established this.
I thought so too, but we might just be kind of not recapping, but like we've thought of all these thoughts. Now we're piecing them together to lay it in a complete plot.
Okay. And Mr. Fioreo Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness? What have you got to say?
That's cute.
Shit, sorry?
He's alright. Could do with a guy like you around.
What do you mean?
Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get me to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give you one more thing to think about before I go.
Something to think about?
Also, hi, Ultimo.
Hello.
You've got it all wrapped up nice, huh? Right? But you've missed out one real important thing.
But that can't be!
I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. But I couldn't have poisoned him, you see?
You only expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigray?
What a troublemaker.
Troublemaker?
Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony.
Indeed! Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Très Bien between yourself and victim?
Ties to the victim. Oh, here. I think 10 moments out. Let me go let him out. Give me 10 seconds.
1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi.
Oop, ding, bang, bonk the microphone. Okay. Yeah, I loaned out cash, about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. The kid had hit his payback date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won! $500,000! I got lucky, you know? Really lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over.
Now, actually, the principal amount you loaned Mr. Elg was $50,000.
Yeah, well, you've got the VIG to take into account. Interest builds up fast, you know?
That's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice the principal. The repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question.
Yeah, he was one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case.
His motive? Huh. Yes, I have one, but what is it?
Yeah, make a save. I don't think we have that. Mr. Right, if you harass the victim, you will get punished. But still good to make a save.
That's an excellent judge voice.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Did he have any way of paying the loan back?
The fool was a gambler. He said he couldn't. I should wait for it to load before I start reading. He said he couldn't give it up till he landed a big win. So I agreed to help him.
Help him? You?
I kept hitting him with ideas for ways he could get big. He could get a big win. But the guy kept losing.
So you're helping him for his sake? Or yours?
Went through compromise. You helped me, I helped yous. What's the difference, huh?
I don't believe this.
Nick, would anyone really ever loan money to someone they thought was unreliable? Like, for example, if it were you, I'd only loan you $5, max.
Thanks a lot, Maya. So how much are you expecting him to pay you back on that day?
What you think? The whole package, $100,000 including interest. It's a real heavyweight punch. Once a client misses a repayment, you got the whole loan in. You want to make it in my world? That's all you gotta know.
And how many times has Mr. L been late with his repayments?
Once.
And how much was he supposed to pay back every month?
$50. Sounds like Mr. Elk was in a real sticky spot.
Yeah, at $50 a month, he'd never pay that huge loan off. How much did he have left on his debt?
You want in round figures? About 100,000 bucks.
That's the whole amount.
We're talking about a guy who has 58 cents in his wallet. What? You was telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for coffee?
He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elk.
That guy was smooth, I tell yous. Real smooth. Like this hot cup of coffee in my hand. Sorry.
Saxophone intensifies.
Yeah, I don't know. Just the way the sentence is going, I'm like, this feels like something. This feels like something that Godot would say.
Yeah.
We'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. The guy then calls me the Tender Tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me.
Is that because he...
The guy won the lottery. It was his last chance at a big win.
And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question?
And that's it.
The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. That fixes the time you two met with some accuracy. And the whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo has seen it.
I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't gonna never forget it.
Is there anyone else in the restaurant at the time?
I don't remember.
There was no one there. I wore that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at the time. But the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning.
Seems that way to me.
But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you?
Hello, Quacky. Welcome in.
Oh!
I'm gonna die and believe that your next roll will end the worst losing streaks you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler.
Makes it sound so cool. I should try gambling.
No! Well, you're playing Genshin Impact then.
Not nearly as much money
Mhm.
on the line with that one.
Very true, yeah. There's a chance for a gambling addiction, but it's a little harder.
The most I've spent on that game is $25 in a month, and that's so I can get the battle pass and the equipment.
Yeah. It's good to keep it that way, to be honest. Don't get sucked in. Don't gamble, kids. Here, let me...
I am not about to just outright buy those gems that it's not worth it.
Yeah. Once I get to a point where I'm just like, oh, I really want that thing, that character, but once I spent my money for the month, I'm like, nah, I'm not sinkhole in this. I'm not falling into the gambler's fallacy. Thank you very much.
Now, Furina, however,
If it would have been anyone, it would have been like, not Riosli. Well, yeah, Riosli, maybe Riosli. Riosli or Nuvolet.
Yeah.
Honest. Or I'll hate
I
them.
mostly only want Furina and Charlotte because I got Nublet previously,
True.
and it rounds it out nicely.
Mm-hmm. Does indeed. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it. All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end. That was a mix of Tigre and Udo.
Waitress? You mean...
The girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If she hadn't gone the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with.
Maybe I should push a little on this.
What did Maggie do?
You already know how things would have been. They would have
Yeah.
been bada bing, bada boom.
They would have been bada bing, bada boom.
What exactly are you implying the defendant did?
How about you go ask Voice about the $500,000 ticket? She wanted it so bad. She poisoned Elg's coffee.
A likely theory. Your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigre.
Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, right? The law doesn't exactly agree with some of the deals I send down. I couldn't been there when the cops showed up, so I split.
She?
Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee.
I concur, Mr. Godot. You will amend your testimony accordingly, witness.
So that's what you's after, Phoenix, right? Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over.
Maggie's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. If I ask him about what he saw, it's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with?
You's all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way.
Hey, as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigre had no motive for killing the victim, except the fact that the lottery ticket was worth more than the loan. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony, or would you like to be amended?
Why are you asking me this, Judge? Why are you asking me this, Judge? What do we even have? That's a good place to start.
I don't know why we're still carrying the loan special.
Yeah, I don't know. Paper badge. Oh.
I got these weenies.
You still have the weenies? You still have the weenies?
Yeah.
Look at all those weenies. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Well, this could be part of it, and that could be part of it. I don't know how to connect it yet, so. We made a save. Have it amended?
I'm not going to get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony to be amended. Very well. Witness, will amend your testimony to reflect the recent statements, please.
Ah. I can another save. There's 2 options. Do you think we should go with the CD? Or should we go after the paper? Well,
I'd say the CD.
yeah, I think the CD too, because he's talked about Viola, but I think this is jumping the gun a little bit.
Plus, we know that the CD went missing.
It did.
Whereas the lottery ticket was found in Bird's pocket.
Yes, it was found in Bird's pocket. The CD went missing, and we found it at Tenderlender.
Yep. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. Elg owed you, correct?
I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right.
Unfortunately for Mr. Elg, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Trey? What else would a moneylender be after other than money?
More money!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? It's a mixtape.
I know, I was about to say, it's my latest mixtape, Judge! You wanna listen?
Computer virus, Your Honor. Virus called MC Bomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? A computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do?
I'll tell you all about it, Judge.
I guess the beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is an important point. A virus like MC Bomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elg had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? What's money? Glenn Elg was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elg put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get a hold of that program?
Exactly.
The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Trey. A man like him can get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder.
Of course he could, provided he had the time. What if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. Seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigre need money to the tune of $1 million?
I wonder.
We didn't say 1 million, we said several million, but go
We
on.
did, yeah? Why are you being so specific, Judge? You know something? You know something you shouldn't judge?
I was in charge of the mafia all along.
Oh no!
The beard covering the scars.
Oh dear.
In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery.
How much do you know?
These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, the operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. What, $1 million? Preposterous. Someone should sue these HMOs.
No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue.
But Mr. Tigre had no choice but to pay. Because his very life depended on it. Order! 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 He says his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did. Only because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini.
did you say? Cadaverini.
Bruno Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruno Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenelg's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigre's sole intention was to get his hands on this CB. Glenelg had no way of paying back the $100,000. Mr. Tigre knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigre would prefer to say never happened. But he can't, and neither can I.
The lottery win?
Exactly. At the 11th hour, Mr. Elg won $500,000 on the lottery. Which left Mr. Tigre with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. At least, no legitimate way. So he resorted to illegitimate means.
That's crazy.
He murdered Glenelg and then made his next move. Defray Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigre posed as Glenelg, while Viola Cadaverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef would have kept in the dark about this.
But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Godot? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money, too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigre's plan. Order! Order! Okay.
He's put on a good show, Spiky. If you want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. You saying I dressed up like that kid, create a witness, and frame someone? If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that.
I agree.
You do?
Despite your appearance, you were very careful. That's why you took one more precaution.
Oh yeah.
One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright?
Interesting. Why didn't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigre performed to frame the accused? He pretended to be me. Pretty sure that's what it is, at least.
Makes sense to me. What on earth is that? What insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation.
Think so.
Yeah. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigre, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago, in this very court, you posed as me. What? That's the truth. But this looks nothing like you, Mr. Height.
I know, and you still bought it.
Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you standing in here at this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix tried to put up the most disreputable copy defense I have ever seen.
Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man? Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Hey, forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that. Not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh?
Have you no pride, sir?
Objection!
Oh, he's a tiger, not a lion.
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives.
Nerd. Mr. Knows right. Your Honor? Speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question is the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge. The vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. What? No. If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. Circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigre are dubious for sure, but not conclusive.
But we've come so far! You said he impersonated Glenelg. You say he impersonated you. But none of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee.
Narg.
Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You just got that?
All I managed to do here was chase him around a bit. I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt.
Looks like I won't be needing a refill.
I just had one more piece of evidence. One more piece of evidence, and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. Yes, witnesses cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigre. Yeah. Your Honor, sir.
Hey!
Wait! What do you have in that bag? Detective! Detective! The Detective Gumshoe! That took so long, pal. Hey. I staked everything on this. The badge, the works. You know, again. So here it is. My head's counting on this too. Where is she, Detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final decisive piece of evidence. Piece
of evidence. Don't you understand? Don't you understand, Judge?
What's evidence? Does it go on a computer?
What's a computer? January 8th, 2:48 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1.
Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The result? Got the prints, pal. In this medicine bottle.
Oh, so? Do you know who the prints belong to now?
You think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know.
So? Tell us! That's the tigers, right? I knew it.
Hey, you bet. Player's crystal all over the bottle. Furio Tigre's paw prints, alright.
That's great. We got him now, Nick. Why aren't you excited? What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick.
I know. Look, I'm sorry. This is kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on the bottle now. Huh? What? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger poisoned in Glenelg's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great. No matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use.
Hey, don't be so hard on yourself.
This is our last chance to help Maggie. And I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright. I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal.
Detective Gumshoe. Maggie! You've been working on something. For me?
Sorry to let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. I'm supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get you something.
Detective Gumshoe! Wait!
He's probably gonna get her some weenies.
More, not
He's
more.
young.
Not more. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick?
I wish there was. I'm sure worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it.
Small bottle put in a pocket. January 8th, 3:04 p.m. District Court, Court number 4.
Mr. Right. Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, why are we waiting? Save? Save! Guess we'll save. Are we coming to a... Usually I can kind of instinctually feel when we're coming to a point, but I'll save for you, Lux.
I granted you a recess so you can prepare this decisive evidence you've discovered. Yes.
Don't keep us all in suspense, Trey. Show us. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we?
Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste.
How much more of my time you gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you lawyers should know how to blow things out of proportion.
No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you will talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. Maybe if he thinks he's got me beat, he'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. The beard's just getting longer. Present this final decisive piece of evidence to the court.
Do we present the eardrops?
It's the weenies.
It's the weenies! Look here, if you look at this particular bento of weenies. I'm gonna guess it's this? Yeah.
This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Your Honor. Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigray.
What? That was an instant fail if you got it wrong. I see. Yeah, some of them are like that.
Right. What conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? No one in here knows what this bottle contains. Except one man. Perhaps, or one person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark.
My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle? Is that what you're saying? Well, what the hell's in it anyway?
Phony trial, a phony lawyer, and phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigray, this is the decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt.
I fear. It's only 2, but I fear, darn, yeah, I did put it in. It presented me with a health bar and it was flashing at me.
Why? Because it contains... You know, for like a split second, I forgot that Mr. Armstrong sold essential oils.
Mm.
And when it said Mr. Armstrong's oils, I thought it meant like from his body. I'm like, ugh.
The sweaty, sweaty man. I guess.
So are we supposed to lie here?
Are we like? Aren't we gonna be? Aren't we gonna be called out here?
You did save.
I did save.
So
We're going.
clearly the answer is
We're
Mr. Armstrong's oils.
Clearly.
This bottle contains potassium cyanide. But potassium cyanide? Poison used to murder Mr. Helge, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigray, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that?
You'd make a good clown, you know that?
What?
I can recommend a good place for you. There's the very big top that comes around here so often. Usually never gonna get this to stick. You're just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that is gonna fool the tiger?
Oh,
I can see straight through you, Phoenix, right? That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
no. This is the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash don't look nothing like it. You just say some things, sir, that you shouldn't have known about?
You fool.
You're the clown, Mr. Tigray. Even Godot hears it. Even Godot saw it.
Got it. At last.
What? Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle with the cyanide in it. But you ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you, people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go. You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said? What I said? What did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details.
Yup.
For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in.
The only reason I made the choice to just go straight for the potassium cyanide is because Phoenix, like, drummed it up and it's like, well, I guess we gotta go in and do our bestest and get him to say some shit, so let's also say some shit.
Well, he also said fake evidence.
Yeah?
So.
Was it before or after we chose it, though? I can't remember. I don't know. But I had the inclination where I'm like, I guess we're just shooting for the moon. Let's just go for it. Say some wrong thing and hope he corrects us.
Grr. Just now, you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
You just don't know who you're messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. You just think I'm gonna let some jumped up soup get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. That's just what you deserve. The phony trial, the phony lawyer. It's all played out by you, the biggest phony of all.
He go and starts shouting. Yeah. He's erupted.
Supernova.
He's going supernova.
What's going on?
It looks like a blackout. Well done, tried. I saved my 17th cup of coffee, just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey.
Mr. A, you caught the tiger by his toe, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go.
Oh my gosh. Okay, before we finish up wrapping this case, before we finish wrapping up this case, let's do ad break here real quick. And we'll be right back, okay? See you in a minute. Okay, time for us to wrap up this case. Would you read this once more for us?
Mr. Right, you got a tiger by a stove, but if this one hollers, he won't be let go. Now then, how are things going, Mr. Tigre, Mr. Godot?
He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenelg, Your Honor.
Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was.
And in the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake.
Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Yurio Tigre is a truly frightening criminal.
A truly frightening one. Is that defense attorney over there?
Godot. No, Godot is not a defense attorney. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird,
Not guilty! Yay!
That's all. This court is adjourned. Get the fuck out.
January 8th, or 10 p.m. District Court, defendant let me know where. That's strange. It's not January 8th, but it's almost 4:10 for you, Soph.
Yep.
Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him.
Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger.
Look, Nick. In the doorway.
Detective Gumshoe. Oh. Guess I'll be heading off. Oh, wait.
Detective Gumshoe.
Oh, yeah. Congratulations, Maggie.
Thanks. You want some weenies?
You still got him. Hey, I knew you were innocent all along.
Why didn't you say that in your testimony then?
Huh? Oh, well, I was... Well, I guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait a detective. He just ran off.
Maggie! Why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was running Mr. Gumshoe was just Mr. Gumshoe? No longer a detective, he's been demoted.
Yep.
Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles.
Poor guy. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him.
Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick?
Yeah, Maya's right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it.
Hello, Rick. Yeah, we got early stream today. Since we're doing Ace Attorney on the weekend, we can do early stream.
Yep. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this.
I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up.
He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's a detective. He has to report the facts.
He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it.
I've got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her.
With weenies!
I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate her freedom.
Here, a present for you, Maggie. I don't even have to look this one.
Cyanide.
Cyanide! You want some potassium cyanide? Here, I have just the thing for you, Maggie.
Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom.
That's
A present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love.
made like 2 days
Please don't-
ago.
Please don't say that about his weenies.
He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenie. Gosh damn it. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
The number of times I've had to say that line.
I know. I can do this. I got this. It was just I was started reading as it was still loading in. It caught me off. I knew it was coming. It caught me off guard. I actually really like weenies, you know. Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know.
Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Let's all sit around and eat Detective Gumshoe's weenies.
Oh my gosh. Is it okay if I eat this now? Go for it. Eat your fill of weenies, Maggie. So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good.
That is a face.
That is a face. Maggie's no longer. She ate all her weenies.
The pink residue is a little concerning.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
Okay.
it. We don't need to. Hey, Edward's yay! I'm sorry. But don't worry about it. We don't have to worry about Mr. Armstrong's oils. We don't have to worry about the strange pink residue from Gumshoe's weenies. Like, shh. Don't worry about it. Yes, I would love to save. I'm excited. This is like at the very end of that trial. I guess from the last investigation phase forward, brand new. I have not touched anything from this, so I have no clue what we're about to get into.
Alright then.
The girl. Let her go. Oh no.
Rhoda, come closer, and I kill her.
Sorry, but you're not gonna get the chance.
It's like an old-timey movie.
I-
Oh.
Is he watching an old-timey movie? Oh.
I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It's the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey.
Why? He's in the hospital?
Apparently? Oh. Escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Mallory Hawthorne, were captured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. The very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I had ever met.
Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial.
This is another Time Warp one.
I think so, yeah, because that's older Edgeworth, or well, I mean younger Edgeworth. It's Edgeworth from
Right.
before before we meet him. That's his younger getup. Yes, he is a lot flashier when he first debuted as a prosecutor.
It's good we have Mia Fey, because I thought I was going to do a lot more voicing on this one.
Yeah! You just spent 30 minutes trying to figure out why your PC wouldn't turn on. Why wouldn't your PC turn on? Turns out it was plugged into an outlet which is connected to the power switch. Was the
Ooh.
Yikes. I was kind of worried about that once we moved up to this new house in Maine, because the house is a bit older, but I haven't run into any outlets that run off of the switch yet, which is good. Everything seems to run separately from one another, but it makes troubleshooting a problem now, doesn't it, Lex? Gambaru. Hang in there. February 16th, 9:24 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. I'm so nervous. I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Yeah! Good morning! Don't be so jumpy, Mia.
I didn't do nothing. I swear. I didn't kill nobody.
Terry Falls. My first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago, and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. So, why did you escape anyway? I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. Oh, it's tasty. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere.
But, Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago.
Sorry. I told a little lie.
Oh boy.
Anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody.
Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right?
Okay.
I'm really, really sorry.
They sentenced me to die 5 years ago. But I was tricked, I tell you. A woman, she lied in the testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. I swear, I didn't kill her. I could never do that.
2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policeman was murdered before the police could recapture him. The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman?
Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped.
So that much is true. He did meet with the victim.
I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive. It's true.
I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Who's hiding?
Ah.
Ooh.
Hello.
Ah, no! You're not going to figure out the truth by just staring at the guy. You're... Why are you here? I came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big, scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? Ha! That old man's probably still in bed. I bet he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. I didn't say. So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No. You got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine. An escaped death row convict for a first client. Yeah, thanks. I wish I could get out of it, though. Relax. I just heard some good news. The prosecution for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since beginning his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kid. Sharpen those claws of yours. It's go time.
Yeah.
Hmm? Did you say kitten?
Yep.
A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. Every other lawyer gave up on him. But not me. When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling he was telling the truth. February 16th, 10 a.m. District Court, Courtroom number 4.
Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. I understand the lawyers for both sides are newcomers?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm Mia Fey.
Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everyone is talking about, eh? You say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor.
I guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia. You can't lose. Not to someone younger than you.
Huh. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely.
But the defendant's not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Fowles was responsible for her death? You got it, kitten. I've been calling myself kitten for the rest of the evening.
Yep. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. Truly a horrible crime. I remember it well. I was there. I threw her off.
Oh no!
There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct. But in the end, what finally decided the case was certain witnesses' testimony.
A witness's testimony.
The testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted this criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered.
So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away.
That policewoman you just mentioned, that wouldn't be... Exactly. The victim. The same woman that was killed 2 days ago. Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne.
Oh, don't point that out, Lux! Sorry, Soph. Don't point that out, Lux. I wouldn't try to be optimistic. I want to try to be optimistic.
man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago. Only one thing on his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convicted him. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now.
Huh?
Yes, yes. Guilty!
No!
It's quite obvious the defendant is guilty.
Judge, please! Please! Wait a minute. That's not right. At least hear the case before you decide on the outcome, Your Honor. Do I have to?
I ordered to go play dodgeball. Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or your tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders.
Why, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite.
Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I called the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case.
Look at him!
Young Gumshoe.
Young Gumshoe, bright and full of life.
Witness, state your name and occupation. Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of this case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago.
I don't believe anyone asked you about that.
Hey man, you got any idea how much work it takes?
Oh, what is it?
You're really gorgeous.
Excuse me?
Oh, seriously, my heart is aching for you. Gumshoe, why?
Gumshoe, stop.
Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional, otherwise... I'll write you up on contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it.
How much you want to bet that's the same jacket on Gumshoe? He might have gotten another jacket. He probably does okay at this point in time. He just got promoted. He's probably making money right now. But there's potential it could be the same jacket that's just eroded over the years.
Now, Detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir, right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. That much was already stated in the autopsy report. Court would like to hear more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir, I got you. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs under there is Eagle River. The victim and defendant right there, on top of the bridge. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see.
Crazy that he's had that same bandage on his face for years. I know, just Gumshoe things.
It's fused to his skin.
Yeah. Dusky Bridge map added to court record.
There's the victim's blood found on the bridge. The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood are found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor, if you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge on that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you, wagging your finger at me as though I were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir.
Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now. Listen carefully, kid. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me. Get ready. Not like morning coffee?
No.
Summary of the incident.
On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. And that's where she was brutally murdered, sir. The criminal stuffed the body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. Why would he take the body with him? Well, he certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination?
Damn, Judge. Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up. Hey. Settle down there, kid. You keep trembling like that. You're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling. It's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean the defendant, the witness. Everyone's a beginner in here. You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show them what you've got, kid.
Yep.
Kid. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching.
That's what you want, cramming before court.
Yep. This unknown person. You have no idea who it is, who it might be, right?
Sorry, but I'm afraid I do.
What?
One who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. What? The defendant? The defendant called her? Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about her call with Mr. Falls.
A note?
Yeah, top secret memo that she left in her desk.
Victim's note added to the court record.
According to this note, it seems that the one who called her out to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. That's how I said as an unknown person.
Whose bright idea was it to keep that note from me? Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up. Never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's that detective's fault. He's the one who said unknown person.
Hey man, don't make that face at me. I just said it that way because the prosecutor told me to.
Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky.
Oh.
A bridge up in the mountains. Why meet there?
Because it was a very important place to the defendant. That's why. What do you mean by that? If you remember, 5 years ago, the defendant kidnapped a young girl. He was chased onto that bridge, and it was there that he killed his hostage. And the place where all of this occurred is, of course, Dusky Bridge. Very place where Sergeant Hawthorne arrested and handcuffed Mr. Falls.
Turn into the scene of the crime. How nostalgic. Was the body of the victim discovered right away?
Yeah, they're really on the ball. For once. We found the criminal within 1 hour of the murder. It was great. We even got to say, don't move. The guy is surrounded.
Wait a second. Isn't there something weird about that? The location was a suspension bridge up in the mountains. So how did they find out about the crime so quickly? Sergeant Hawthorne must have mentioned the phone call to someone else, right? If that's what had happened, then she wouldn't have been killed.
They never mentioned the phone call from Mr. Falls, but... she left a note on her desk about it.
Another note?
Only I had noticed it earlier. Maybe she'd still be alive.
I wonder why she didn't mention the phone call to anyone. Mr. Falls had a car then.
Well, that bridge is way up in the mountains, man. The defendant and the victim both went up there by car. That's right. What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves. I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Not sure how I feel about anything. Alright.
Is this guy sure about how he feels about anything?
This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Actually, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Whoa! That doesn't look too comfortable.
She could be crouched in a little more. Crime photo added to the court record.
I used to sleep curled up in a ball.
Yeah. I sleep a little curled up whenever I go to bed. The victim. She was stabbed in the back, correct?
Yeah.
For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here.
Whose side is that man on? You can't tell from this photo, but... the knife was stuck in the back, nice and firm.
Oh no, there's another car trunk with a knife thing with edge.
Yep.
This
They
is
sold the car from Edgeworth.
was it a red sports car? Oh man, this is our parallel. It's our parallel.
We have yet to find the samurai, though.
That is true.
The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, is there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? You know, other than the dead person?
There was it. What they call? There was a muffler.
Yeah.
Here's a photo of the trunk. I don't see anything strange to you. Anyway. We have this picture, yeah? We do. Well, this is jammed up, but I'm not sure if it's jammed up like that because they were trying to open it, like the police. Search. I'm just surprised at the lack of blood.
Tools, but I could be wrong.
Hmm?
Yeah.
I'm
I
sorry,
think
what?
the police would have tools, but I could be wrong.
True, yeah. I'm not sure. I'm laying thoughts on the table because there could be ways to open it without busting it, but at the same time there could be ways where they're just like, just ram the door open. I'm surprised at the lack of blood. Considering she was stabbed in the back, presumably through like a heart or her lung or something. Oh, did I? No, I didn't. Press it and see. What did the defendant have to say about this photo?
What he always says, ma'am. I didn't do it. I didn't do nothing. That's all he says. Nothing? I wouldn't say he did nothing. At the very least, we know he stole a car. Man out here nothing.
It's no nut November. He can't be nuttin'.
First we got weenies, now they're nothing.
Oh my god.
Like a broke Nietzsche. That's what he always says, Joanna. And then he always says... Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh, something like that. Well, in any case, seems he was caught and arrested. Precisely. There. Thanks for chiming in on that, I
Yep.
guess.
Helpful. That certainly is some impressive police work.
Well, actually, it was way too close for comfort. Let's hope that checkpoint just after 5 p.m. I figured out that Mr. Falls might just try to run.
What do you mean it was too close for comfort?
The two of them arranged to meet at 4:30 p.m. And it takes approximately 30 minutes to go from the bridge to the checkpoint.
That was kind of close. Any later, Mr. Falls could have slipped right by. Listen up, kitten. There's a big trap waiting for you in that testimony. A trap? Walk into it carelessly, and it'll leave you more than just a flesh room. Fun, huh? No, it's not. Well, if you want to have any chance at all, you better get some more information. If you want to get caught in a trap, it's best to get caught early. You can always look for contradictions afterwards. The ever-famous contradictions. I sure hope I can find some of those.
Oh, we already found the trap.
What?
We already found the trap.
Yeah. Okay, what do we have? We have the map. It shows what's going on. We have the victim's note. Falls 4:30 at that bridge where White Scarf. Oh! It was a fucking muff. Oh my gosh, talk like Dahlia.
Wait a minute.
Dahlia.
Wasn't she from the first case in this game?
She was, I believe. She was Phoenix's girlfriend in college.
Yeah.
Dahlia Hawthorne. Hold on. This was
Fuck.
what was her name? Valerie Hawthorne? Oh, man. Man. Tell her.
I knew she came back at some point. I just didn't know when.
I didn't know she came back. I knew that we were going to see Godot or Diego eventually, but I didn't know Dahlia came back. Gosh damn it. And we got a fucking muffler too. No muffler. No scarf.
Aha.
I was joking earlier. I was joking. I was not trying to be prophetic. I was joking. Game is like bet.
You know, that's just how this game works, though.
Okay.
This judge doesn't know how he feels about anything. This judge, he doesn't know
Don't know how he feels
about
with anything. Exactly, yeah. We could have wrote East Attorney.
There we go. I'll switch gears and I'll make a murder mystery book for NaNoWriMo.
There we go. Making my save, but I'm gonna go with this because this one had the wear white scarf for identification, and she don't have no white scarf. Witness. I don't have my words yet. I just wanted to object.
What is it? You have something to say, Miss Faye?
I'm sorry. I totally forgot what I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that.
Should have practiced before coming to court.
I practiced in the mirror, but it's not the same, Your Honor!
Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this.
You don't know what you like. You don't know what you think. Say there, little kitten. One piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Come on, Mia. Shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective.
Yes, ma'am.
This photo. You said that there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Well then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim.
The no?
It very clearly says, wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like. This is a special request.
I
have one very simple question for you, Detective. Where is the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo.
Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am.
And you stopped there? You should have looked for it!
The caller told her to identify herself, so I'd expect she just did that. Did just that, whatever. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? I think the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you were searching so desperately for is this one, perchance?
That's blue. Ah.
I'm colorblind.
A white-blue colorblind? Sorry.
Maybe? I don't know. I don't know all the different kinds of colorblind.
I don't either. I know green-red. That's about it.
Yeah. Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first, and decided to conduct my own investigation. My own Edgeworth investigation. Why? Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know.
That hotshot sure has flair for the dramatic.
It's not exactly white, as the color requested. But as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. Should I have spent some time in the mud? Not surprising. It was drizzling on the mountain that day.
Prosecutor Edgeworth. He was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time.
Two traps. The court will accept the scarf and evidence.
Typical Edgeworth. Scarf added to the court record. Next is going to be the autopsy report update.
Now, if the attorney for the defense has finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye?
Boy, would I like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck.
Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, prosecution moves to establish conclusively, and with hard evidence, that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Further, we will show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. Can't wait to hear all about it.
Things moving at his whim. Don't forget, kitten. There's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. Hi, Viley. Welcome in. We're doing Ace Attorney stuff tonight. We just started a new case. A genius, huh? Next cross-examination. Ben's on Dusky Bridge.
Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, so. It was drizzling that day. Unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. Do scarves fall off that easily?
I
When
don't
they're,
know.
like,
Wrapped
wrapped
around like that? And also, I'm thinking
I
too,
don't-
like, perhaps there was a chance where she was moving and she could have been stabbed in the back. But if she's that way facing on the bridge, wouldn't she have been at the dead end? Because there's planks missing? So,
Yep.
why would her back be turned to supposedly Mr. Falls whenever there's no way to go that way and they're already talking like that and the only exit is to go past Mr. Falls? We'll figure it out later. Now's not the time to be thinking about it. Also, I'm doing great tonight, Viley. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? So,
I'm doing alright.
hanging in there.
Trim my dog's nails today, but not a lot's happened on Sundays so far.
Hammock dog!
Yeah.
Did it work out for you, that hammock? I've never actually seen it in use.
Kind of. It's a two-person job still,
Yeah.
with her at least.
She's a bit
'Cause she
bigger
tries to,
too.
like- she's about 65 pounds.
Yeah.
She kept reaching for, like, the window framing on the door
Yeah.
and tried to pull it toward her.
Uh-huh.
So I had to hold all of her paws except the one that was getting trimmed. So,
Hang in there, Sticky. Hang in there.
she don't have to do that again for at least
Yeah.
a month, so.
Exactly. No, my dog's really okay. Most across the board dogs are awful with their toenails being done. My dog, though, will literally curl his paw up into his chest because he just got short little dachshund legs. And so he'll bring it up into his chest and tuck his paw so far into his armpit that, like, it is rolled up like an armadillo. And then he cries anytime that I just even hover over the nail. He's like, oh, it hurts. And I'm like, no, it doesn't. I haven't done anything. It's sleep time for you?
Massachusetts nails, so.
Yeah, that makes it really nice. My other dogs chew their nails or they run around enough outside that they wear them down. I have to cut Tomo, so. Good night, Viley. Thank you for stopping by. See you around next time.
Looking at this photo, you're gonna get the sense this bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. There's a lot of heart. There's a young lot of heart.
I swear.
Aha! A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? I don't know if I like that. Well, they said that they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. Well, delicate tells me who they are.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Witness's photo added to the court record.
So, as you can see, Terry Falls had both the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Aha! The truth is becoming clear to me now.
He's guilty! No!
I can see through time and space.
Judge, please. Uh-huh.
Yes, it's quite obvious. He's clearly guilty.
Not again. That's not fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet.
Uh,
What do you mean, huh? Who is this eyewitness?
The college student.
A female college student?
That's right. Meaning she's female and a college student, man.
Thanks, Gumshoe.
She doesn't do well in front of other people, so I can testify for her.
Maybe so. But as the attorney for the defense, I have the right to cross-examine her.
For the time being, we're not relying on the witness's statements. That is all.
What is that supposed to mean?
Prosecution has other, more decisive evidence. Our case doesn't rest on the vague testimony of a female college student. Female college student, eh? That means she's female and a college student, sir. If you absolutely must hear her testimony, you'll have to give us a good reason why. Please tell us about the more decisive evidence in question. How do you accidentally take a picture?
Yeah, at that clear, too. At that height. The victim is wearing a scarf in that photo, alright? So, about the witness who took this photo. What was this person doing all the way in the mountains?
He's taking photos of the wildflowers, apparently.
Yeah, all the
Yeah,
wildflowers
yeah.
that grow on bridges.
There are many unusual types of flora in that mountain, Miss Faye. People in the area say it's because of the spirits that live there. Just the spirits? Now that you mention it, this photo. Howdy, fog-like thing. Is it a ghost? I don't believe it.
No, Your Honor, please.
No, Your Honor, no. I don't think it's a ghost.
Drizzling, huh?
That's right. There was light rain coming down. The whole place was dreary. Not as dreary as the mood that's in this courtroom right now. Ha ha! Frickin' eyes. Looks like a cold front just moved in. In any case... The point is that the area was quite damp. There was even some fog. I even slipped and fell while I was on the bridge. It was really something.
I'm glad you didn't fall off, Gumshoe. That looks like a rickety bridge.
So, probably should have done something about that in the last 5 years.
You know, like, if it's going to be open for people to walk on, you know, I would have fixed the planks at the very least, you know? Instead of
Yeah.
leaving it the way that it is. Also, we need to do ad break real quick. So, hang tight. We will be right back so we can keep our pre-roll ads off.
Yeah.
Alright. Back on it. Press. Or, yeah, press on it. Is that part of the witness's testimony as well? Thank you, Quacky.
Of course it is. He pushed the victim hard in the back and she fell down right on her stomach. Recall. I remember that happening once myself. It was really brutal.
Brutal? Do you mean brutal? Are you talking about seeing someone get pushed, or were you the one getting pushed? Or does it mean that you pushed someone down like that once? With his mind-boggled tales and the way that he says brutal, I wonder if he's Canadian. Save a nasty look for the right person. Huh? Take a look. Poor baby. The court record seems to have wet itself. Hey! Watch where you spill your coffee. The court record, huh? What are you even saying? I understood half of what he was talking about.
Yeah, that tracks.
That tracks. Mysterious man. Maskless this time, though. So in other words, there was a struggle between the criminal and the victim, huh?
That's what the witness said. Well, looks like she didn't remember about the scarf. But from what she said, it sounded like a pretty violent fight, man.
The area was wet from rain. The bridge was probably wet too. Which would explain why the scarf was all covered in mud, but... there's something about this testimony that still bothers me. Talk about a surprise. I had no idea there was a photo. So, what do? You really still believe him? Mr. Crybaby, I mean. Of course I do. So the little kitten believes in fairy tales, huh? In that case, the answer's obvious. If what you believe is the truth, that means that somewhere hidden in that testimony is a contradiction. One huge contradiction waiting to be discovered. That's your chance. Thanks, Diego. The thing that rubbed me wrong was this.
Yeah.
Because, nope, wrong one. Wrong photo. It doesn't list it on here anymore, but I'm pretty sure it said K here, V here, and the picture is the same. Well, I guess it depends on the vantage point of the picture.
True.
Because the picture could have, if I'm misremembering, the picture could have feasibly been taken from this point of view or from this point of view, right? Yeah, to have the picture angled.
Off your top right.
Yes, sorry, you can't see my cursor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm like making big gestures here with my cursor, like this over this angle or this angle here, being very specific. I'm sorry. But yeah.
Okay, I stopped using my hands a lot. Even when I'm in this phone,
Yeah.
so.
But yes, the bottom left over here or the top right, which would be the
In
two.
woods.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, but like. Just from the vantage point, right? The vantage point would have had to have been taken from this angle since it's on an angle like this. So those are the only two places that it could have been taken from. But if I remember correctly, I think when this Gumshoe was talking about it, the K was over here and the V was over here. And these are broken, so... But I'm not sure what to point out. Make a save. When in doubt, save.
Also, my thing is that they're facing each other, so how did he
Yeah.
get behind her on the bridge?
Exactly. And the only way to get behind her is just she turned her back to him, but why would she turn her back to him?
Right.
I don't know. We just go with the bridge map? I saved, so can reload if need be. This is what that's what feels strange to me. This one with the bridge. But must have been when the scarf fell off. Please. No. Oh no. Teleport's behind you, nothing personal, kid.
Nothing personnel.
Your Honor, what do you think of the witness's statement?
I don't think anything of it. How about you?
I guess I don't think anything of it either.
And we don't have Brum, but we do have penalty.
Yeah. Yeah. I want my health back.
I feel like it's the photo.
This one? The witness's photo?
Yeah.
Probably. That was my secondary guess. No!
You said no.
No! Okay.
That it could be a point C situation.
It could be a point C situation. Because that's the thing that I caught. Right, we both caught that when we're like, huh! Huh! But we always tend to find C before we find B because Ace Attorney.
Yep.
At the very least, the way that our brains think.
It's just in the previous case, they're a lot nicer about it, I feel.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 4:30 that bridge. Wear white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. That was on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, how romantic.
How romantic. Man. There's like no blood seen anywhere on her. Worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. Okay. Actually, there was an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the victim. It shows the victim wearing the scarf, sir. Stressing that day, unfortunately, it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. That must have been when the scarf fell off. My attorney's badge obviously will prove everything. I'm not sure what to go with, to be honest.
The thing is, I feel like the second to last statement is when
Yeah.
your buddy was talking about the court record peeing itself or whatever.
I'm not sure if it was that one or the last one because it kind of it sequenced back into the restart of the cycle for the cross-examination.
Oh.
So I'm not sure I'm not sure what my buddy was talking about in regards to it peeing itself. So you're being very mysterious and vague as usual. As usual, Godot. I'm gonna look up a walkthrough because I really don't know. I've gotten set on that one particular statement. Phoenix Wright, Attorney Trials and Tribulations walkthrough. Bridge to the Turnabout. Oh no, Turnabout Beginnings. I would have laughed if this one was called Bridge to Turnabout. What's the recipe still? Turn my beginnings. Nintendo Bridge. The witness's photos added. Present the crime photo on the force statement. Anyway, the criminal. What? What? Excuse me? Oh, the we'll see where this goes. Why does it want me to do this one? I don't know why it wants to do that one. So, at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle.
I guess she looks dry in the picture?
I guess? So, at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct?
Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. It's like Fontaine.
Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere.
There's a photo of the victim's body that was found in the car trunk.
Considering the conditions of the scene of the crime, something isn't right.
But by all means, please enlighten us as to what isn't right.
I'm gonna save here, in case it screws me over. Because we gotta play Dora the Explorer now.
What is it about this photo of the trunk that doesn't fit with the conditions?
Too dry. Naturally, the answer is right here.
The victim's coat? As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it.
That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzly and foggy. The Desky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat would have been covered in mud.
That's exactly right. The day I fell on a muddy street, my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy.
But the scarf!
If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of on a muddy street, your glorious Bucky beard, pride of the legal league, would be wet, but not muddy. Fortunately, I get to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day?
The surface of the bridge, huh? A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. The scarf.
My attorney's badge.
My attorney's badge. The evidence is the scarf. Oops, sorry.
Ah!
It should be obvious. If the scarf fell onto the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud.
No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo.
Edgeworth! Hey, same to you, buddy.
This phase assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit that there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction?
Uh-huh.
For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at what the explanation in this case may be, shall we?
Alright. It's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Huh. You're doing pretty well. For a little kitten. Mr. Armando. No matter what he says, the contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness's photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence? It's one of those three.
What you said just now. I'm not sure I like that.
That wasn't me, Your Honor. It was the coffee aficionado over here that said it.
This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know.
Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into court. But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as the flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the... Oh, no. Scarf? No, that's not an option. We're saving.
I would assume the witness's testimony.
I'm going to get so too here. Let me grab some Advil real quick. I haven't taken my allergy pill and my head's hurting. And so I'm thinking,
Okay.
but I'm not thinking.
Hey.
Okay. We're going to assume the witness's testimony as well. Because the witness, I'm going to presume, is Dahlia.
The easiest thing to fabricate.
Yeah. So I'm going to assume as well, so I will probably click that. See, I'm overthinking things. I'm not even looking at my options. I'm like, nope, the scarf, obviously. Okay, pills have been taken. False evidence in this case is witness testimony. It's a no-brainer. Obviously, it's the witness that's suspicious. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen?
Yeah. That's what this witness told us.
That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat... Just like a stab wound, yeah. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all.
That's true.
It's not just true. It's the truth. But there was a truly decisive witness in this case. I'm certain that boy wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague, but contradictory as well.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Appears they'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Is it brutal or brutal?
Brutal.
Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well. Please bring forth your witness at this time.
What Mr. Edgeworth said kinda worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth?
Now, let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her very own eye.
This is it, Mia. And the battle begins here.
Witness, what is your name and occupation?
Everyone's just silent. I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter.
Oh. Now look at you. How can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double and a dozen donut holes. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite.
Hey, not so fast.
As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate.
Yep, sure.
I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, you could learn a lot from this man.
Well, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm not a man, so I'm not going to be gentlemanly. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me.
Thanks.
The judge is being weird. Just a little bit. Sir?
Yes, my dear.
This is my first time, so I'm sure I'll make a lot of mistakes. Anyway, I just want to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause.
Not at all. No trouble at all.
Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is, Melissa Foster. I'm a college student. A freshman in the literature department.
You're on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct?
And you were the one who took this photo. Is that accurate? How can you be so mean?
Now see here. What are you doing shoving that in her face like that?
Huh? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous.
Next time I'll be forced to penalize you.
Judge. Uh-oh. I don't like the tape this has turned. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be? Huh? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Fey. I see. So you are...
Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best.
Her outfit actually started out white, but it gradually turned pink over time as people kept shrimping over her.
Damn. Damn. You and Lux on the same page, same mind plane there. Oh, that's great. That's great. The witness's photograph. Where's my mouse? I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were two people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after that, I called the police.
By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here.
I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field, surrounded by tall cliffs.
You took the photo from that location, eh?
I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to.
Ho ho ho! What a cute camera. Just like its owner.
Camera added to the court record.
Alright then, Miss Faye. Time for your cross-examination. I warn you, make the witness cry again, and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel.
Okay, let's save. Can't save here. I can save here though. Let's save just since everybody is protecting the oh so delicate Miss Melissa Foster. Did you say wildflowers?
Yes, the mountain is famous for its beautiful spring wildflowers.
But it's only February.
Well, I couldn't wait for spring to come. So I went up there and told the flowers to bloom so I could take pictures of them.
I just batted my eyelashes, hoping they'd just obey.
They'd pop out of the woodwork, just like all these wonderful gentlemen here.
Oh, I know just how you feel. Just like when I first started growing this glorious beard of mine. I just couldn't wait, so I dyed blonde Santa beard until mine grew in properly. Would you mind if we got back to the facts of the case, Your Honor?
Was there anything strange about the two of them?
I'm a bad girl. I know I am. It looked like they were having a really serious conversation up there. So I decided to watch them, like some kind of peeping Tom.
Oh, not at all. Everyone is like that. We're all perverts here. I love watching other people fight too. In fact, I can't get enough of it. Actually, that's why I took this job in the first place.
Too much info, Your Honor.
In any case, it's perfectly natural for you to have kept watching them. Especially dressed as they were.
Well, anyway, I was watching them very closely.
Do you have any idea what they were fighting about?
No. I have no idea. Why do you ask that?
Oh, I just thought that maybe you overheard what they said.
I would never eavesdrop. You got more class than that.
That's right, Miss Faye. Don't drag the witness down to your level.
Why did you take a photo?
Well, the two of them were really going at it. Ever since I was a little girl, I always wanted to be a news reporter. I guess that part of me just kind of took over.
It's Charlotte.
No, this is not Charlotte. I hope this isn't Charlotte. Charlotte, please, no. No more Genshin parallels, not this one. It smells like a lie to me.
Yes, I understand completely. Even now, I can't completely abandon my boyhood dreams. I shall use my grandson to test my comedy routines on.
So he wanted to be a comedian, huh? Not that it has any bearing on this.
All I could do was use my camera. So I took the photo at the crucial moment and gave it to the police.
You called the police.
Yes, because it looked to me like the murderer was going to try and escape.
We were already moving before the call even came in.
How?
Note. Thanks to the victim's note, we had already started our operation. That's certainly tough luck for the criminal, eh?
If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony. Careful, kitten. That girl has the judge wrapped right around her little finger. You're gonna have a tough time poking holes in that testimony of hers. You're going to have to come up with something really good, Mia. Okay.
Careful, kitten. The judge is tripping balls.
Using my camera to take some pictures in the wild, I noticed there were two people sitting on the bridge. Suddenly they just started fighting! That's when I hurried and took a photo that shows the gruesome moment. And right after that, I called the police. What do we have?
Didn't really look like they were fighting in the picture.
Yeah. And this isn't the crucial moment. Like, it proves that they're there with each other, I suppose, but it's not really a crucial moment. Shows the crucial moment. We'll save, actually. Save. Nope, not the right button. Tab. And this is photo. Witness. When you said you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are two people facing each other. You testified that you saw the two of them starting to fight. Normally, that's the kind of thing we would refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that?
Well, you see...
The photo we presented was the only one there was.
But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it.
Oh! Okay, hold on, Simpson. Apologies, young lady. Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit.
He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he?
I'm sorry. I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean.
You ran out of film.
This photo was the last one.
What?
Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All the other photos are of the witness herself, playing among the wildflowers.
The witness herself? Then who took the photos?
Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it.
So you took photos of yourself?
I remember taking some photos of myself once too.
Please, no details.
They're of my weenies.
No! No, Your Honor! Someone's gotta develop that film, Your Honor!
Seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all.
Oh, wait, just a minute.
Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo. Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes.
Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet.
Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts on the fight that you witnessed.
Yes, Mr. Judge.
Boy, this guy is really a sucker for sweet talk. Looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening.
Is this? No, this is green. We've gone through this already. So we just cycled through. Didn't we?
Maybe it's modified, though they typically say that it is.
Oh, okay. There we go. It didn't go through it. That's strange that they didn't point it out.
The victim. Why do you think she tried to run away?
With her police training, she certainly knew better than to turn her back on a criminal.
This was a large, powerful man with a knife. If it had been a quaggy woman like you, I'm sure she would have acted differently.
Edgeworth, why?
Quaggy? Why you?
If it had been me, I probably would have just jumped into the river.
There's still something wrong with this testimony. So you're saying Sergeant Hawthorne wasn't able to get away from him?
Well, it's a narrow bridge and it was swaying back and forth. If you ask me, both of them were in danger of falling off. I only wish I could have done something to help her.
It seems to make sense.
I wonder about that. Something seems kind of off. It doesn't now. You have a good sixth sense. When you feel that something's off, that's when you need to figure out why.
If Terry Falls isn't the criminal, then there must be something strange in that girl's testimony.
We've gone through this before. I'm not calling myself kitten. Again. For this instance, at least. Okay, my assumption is that this is the problem, and the evidence is going to be the map that shows the broken bridge. That is my thoughts. How do you feel about it?
Incidentally, this is one of the only times that there has been a measurement on the map.
There's been a what on the map?
There's a measurement of
Oh,
yards.
yeah. You know, that's true. I didn't even think about that. That is true. That makes me feel even more solidified in my thought process.
Because if it was something that they would have had to have been about in the middle, there is no fucking way she could have... Like,
Yeah. Like...
Is the assumption that she tried to run away or tried to run past him?
See.
Turned around, okay.
The victim turned around to try to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. And...
I mean, my other thing is, why would you try to turn around and run away, regardless of distance?
Yeah.
Because there's no bridge to run to.
Exactly. There's no bridge to run to. And I'm pretty sure that she was on this end. Yeah, she was, because Adalias, or, excuse me, Melissa said she was over here. Took the photo,
Yeah.
right? And the photo from that particular angle shows our defendant here and the victim here. So, if she were to turn around and go that way, there's no way to go across. There's no way to go across.
You can even kind of see, like, the edge of that little rock.
Yeah.
I guess, in the picture.
Yeah.
I don't know what the right term for that is.
Yeah, I understand what you're talking about, though. I'm not a geologist, it's okay.
No?
No. I love Zhongli, but I'm not a geologist. Yeah, so yeah.
Yes. I was around when that rock was invented.
Let me tell you all about it and why there's importance in this rock.
Don't talk to me about salt. It's very upsetting.
Salt is very upsetting. It's the one rock I don't wish to speak about. Don't talk to me about salt. Don't talk to me about the ocean. No, I can't deal with it. Okay, so that solidifies it for me. So I think it's this one. We're gonna make a save again. I don't know when I last saved, but we'll save just in case.
It could be another one of those situations where it's either one of two statements.
True, that is true.
They don't come up often, but they are here. and
No,
there.
there are. We're just like, we sit here for 15 minutes, like, which one should we choose? They all kind of work. Which one should we choose? And we spend all this time mulling it over, and we finally choose one, and it brings up, like, all three pieces we were talking about. It's like, fuck, man. We just wasted so much time contemplating, trying to figure it out, and they literally bring all of them up. Okay. This is the one.
Uh-huh.
Witness. Your testimony is a joke.
Damn.
Huh? What? But I just...
Hey, Shrey. I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry.
She's not a child, Your Honor.
She's a murderer.
One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse.
You say there were two contradictions?
It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area.
Just look at this photograph.
Look at this photograph. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were, and the victim had turned around and tried to run, well then.
It should have hit a dead end.
You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have even ran. She couldn't have ran even 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side, and still lets people on it for some reason.
But what does all this mean?
Parks and Rec are not doing their job, Your Honor. That's what it means.
Pretty much.
It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it.
This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court? Attractive people on the internet lying to me for their own benefit?
What?
Never.
Never. Oh, well, the judge doesn't know what a computer is. Oh, sorry, that was the last judge. I don't know who. I don't know if this judge knows what a computer is. At this
Well,
point,
this was years prior, then he probably
He
has
still
less
doesn't know what
idea
it-
a
okay.
computer is.
but this might be a different judge now that I think about it, because remember,
It is a different judge.
yeah.
Because our judge isn't Canadian.
Oh, right, that's true. I was just thinking, because what was the one that we had to steal somebody away from because they're... Oh, it was the master trial. Yeah, the master trial. He was the judge presiding over... I don't know. I can't remember his name for whatever reason. I want to call him Steinley Whiplash. The other
That
guy.
vibe.
Huh?
He had that
He
vibe.
did have that vibe. But that man... He was over the other guy's trial. So, yes, anyway.
I think they talked about him being Canadian back then, too, because it felt familiar.
Maybe. Don't they still have flip phones in this game? I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah, because Phoenix's phone is a flip phone. Because that one where he got knocked out.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, those, like, real small, condensed, tiny brick phones.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram.
What did you say?
What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. Old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... Saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, That very morning, I went out there and replaced those planks myself. There's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident.
That's ridiculous.
You can't actually tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence.
Go full Tim Allen. Tool time.
I don't know how well that picked up on Discord.
I caught all of it. That was great.
I grew up on that show.
I loved watching. I loved watching that show, Home Improvement. I would watch it in the morning time because before Nickelodeon would come on. I think so. Before like cartoons would come on in the morning, they would play reruns of shows like that. Those like live action set shows, sitcom shows, and so I'd watch Home Improvement. I watched The Nanny. I watched Full House. Sometimes George Lopez would be on, but I don't care much about George Lopez.
Yeah.
But I like watching the other shows. Also,
Nanny named Fran.
The Nanny named Fran, exactly. But yeah, to address that, I'm not sure what the proof is and what specifically states the date, like the year. But if I remember correctly from seeing a while back, this, when Phoenix Wright was released in like, what, 2000, early 2000s, it was technically set in the future. Because I remember looking on wikis for characters and they have like birth dates, like there are days where what's the word, there are birth dates that with years that are given, and I remember Apollo was born in like 2001 2002, something like that. So I'm like, oh my gosh, Apollo's younger than me, like, oh, what, mind blown. So technically if we're speaking, this point in time should be set somewhere, gosh, I'm gonna guess like the 2000 teens, something like that. I'm trying to think how much older is Phoenix in comparison to, it's something like that. So technically, I'm not sure if they had this conceptualized at this part of the story yet, but technically this is in the future. But I will say though, Japan was a little slow on picking up the whole smartphone thing. I still think to this day people have flip phones, but smartphones have caught on a lot. But they had flip phones for a lot longer than I think most of us, like in America, had. Hey, yeah, Tim Allen played Tim Taylor. What was it, like Tim? Oh my gosh, what was it? His little name? Tim the Toolman Taylor. There we go. And his TV show within the TV show, Tool Time.
That's right, Al.
And the neighbor. What's the neighbor's name? I can't remember what the neighbor's name was. I can't remember. Wilson, yes! Wilson. It's been so long since I watched it. There was a 7-year time skip for Apollo Justice. Indeed there was. I'm trying to think of just the age gap, because we know that Phoenix starts this when he was, what, 24? Something like that? 24, 25? Because I remember being like, wow, I'm the same age as Phoenix Wright when we started a few months back.
A minute.
Yeah, anyway, I think this is set sometime in early 2010s, 2010s, somewhere around there. I don't know why I brought that up. I know you made a comment there. I can't remember where I was going with this, so we will continue.
That guy is good.
Huh? What do you mean?
He planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. A diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy.
What? The coward.
Well, Miss Fay, seems you've once again made a reckless accusation. I have to kill you on the spot.
No.
I'm sorry. I should have been more careful myself.
No. It wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish, once and for all, what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. All right, young lady. May I ask you to please proceed with your testimony?
But it's so hard to go on.
We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry. Just tell us what you saw.
Yes, sir.
Running from the crime.
After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. And then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could have made sure the body stayed hidden. He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge. Oh, I am sorry. I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw.
Witnessing such violence must have been difficult.
Yes, sir. I'm still shaken up.
If he accepts his testimony as it is, we're finished.
Don't say that.
Oh well. Maybe I'll stop off in my favorite cafe on the way home. They make a really great mocha latte.
This trial isn't over yet.
That's what I like to hear. Kidding.
All right, Miss Fay, your cross-examination, if you please.
The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack.
Every time I see Armando, I think Armadillo.
Armadillo. Diego Armadillo.
Are you saying that the victim didn't fall down on the bridge? Actually, maybe she...
Of course she didn't fall down on the bridge. If she had fallen down, this photo wouldn't make any sense. If that was the case, her coat would have been all muddy.
If you don't mind, I was asking the witness.
No need to be so rude. Well, young lady?
Of course she didn't fall down. The man in the prison uniform grabbed her before she could.
We're one step too slow. Too slow? Too slow.
And then, what did the defendant do after that?
You personally witnessed that?
Yes.
Did anything strange happen when he did that?
Well, I don't know if you'd call it strange or not. But that's when the victim's scarf fell off.
You mean this scarf? Well, words match what we found at the scene. I don't have any problem.
You know, she wouldn't have been able to see that. Theoretically, she wouldn't have been able to see that.
You can see about to the middle of the bridge, and that's it.
Yeah. She wouldn't be able to see that, not only that far up, but with this cliff in the way, the vantage point, she wouldn't be able to see that.
Yep.
You mean
The defendant carried the body all by himself?
yes?
Considering the size of the defendant, I don't think it'd be difficult.
Yes, but let's remember they were on a very narrow bridge that was already ready to collapse. Is it even possible for him to have carried a dead body on a bridge like that?
Well, the fact of the matter is that he did. That kind of talk is just silly.
Trying to think logically about things is silly, Edgeworth? Well,
Why'd you get all emotional all of a sudden?
Miss Faye, if you think there's some other possibility, please share it with the rest of us.
Why do you say that? It's already a broken down bridge hidden away in the mountains. Doing anything more to hide the corpse would be going overboard, wouldn't it?
Yes, but that mountain is famous among hikers. A surprising number of people go up there.
But it's February, right? And it was raining that day. Here, give me 1 second. Okay, actually, you know what? I came back, but it's about time for ad breaks. So let's go ahead and run ad break here real quick. And I'm gonna go grab some food. So,
Okay.
be right back.
Alright, we are back now. Sorry for that delay, I grabbed some food real quick. But it's February, right? And it was raining that day, correct?
There's also a small temple and a channeling dojo there. You know those monks. They just love cold, isolated places.
I think the witness is trying to say that the corpse could have been found at any time. Besides, the witness is merely reporting what she witnessed with her own eyes. Witnessly.
Witnessingly.
And you're absolutely certain that it was my client who was carrying the body? Well, he was wearing a prisoner's uniform. But as for his face...
You're saying you didn't get a clear look at his face.
Well, they were far away and it was raining as well. I thought I was only supposed to say exactly what I saw.
Excellent. You're a remarkably honest young woman.
Mm-hmm.
Something about this testimony is bothering me, but... What?
Hey kitten, have you ever put salt in your coffee?
No! Why would I?
Why not?
Huh?
It may actually go better with coffee than sugar, right?
I'm not a coffee freak like you, so no, I don't think about adding that to my coffee. I don't even drink coffee.
I tried it. I don't know if I used too much. And it just
Overpowered it.
surprisingly, it tasted like salty coffee.
Wow!
It's supposed to help pep bitterness.
That, I guess it makes sense. You're using the different, I guess, taste profiles to cancel out certain things.
Yeah.
Listen, my point is if you're not sure, you might as well add a ton of salt to it. It might bring out the rest in something. Like a piece of evidence.
I don't know. Apparently Mia gets it though, so...
He's right, Mia. Go present something.
You got nothing to lose.
By the way, I wouldn't put salt in my coffee.
Those two don't go well after all. Why did you use that analogy?
Because people do that.
I guess so, yeah. I don't know, I'm not a coffee aficionado. I know very little about coffee.
It is vindicating or validating that he is on the same page as me as putting salt in your coffee, though.
That's good. Okay.
That's what I show up for Ace Attorneys for.
Yeah,
So I can be validated in my coffee selection.
exactly. That's exactly why you're here, definitely.
Yep.
He carried her over to the car.
Only way I can
Throw her
make
in the
sure.
river.
I'm sorry, what?
Just throw her in the river.
Yeah, Edward did say earlier, did you know that Eagle Mountain, not Eagle Mountain, Eagle River? Eagle River is known for its rapid waters. Not an area body could be found in it. Okay. He carried her over to the car. That's the beginning of the susness. Should I present it for that one?
The map.
Not the map. Oh no, there's the map in the photo now. No. No.
We don't know for certain that cliff was there at the time of the crime.
Fuck you, Edward. Gosh, what do I do now? Do we use the map or do we use the picture? Because the picture shows her exact point of view. There's rock there.
I mean, she said that she was standing down in that clearing. right?
Yeah, she did. Because we did see the map and then it labeled her like down here. I'm down here because you can see my cursor.
what
I'm
you
sorry. I'm sorry, Soph. I need to remember. No cursor. No cursor. But yes, down like south of the car, past those two cliffs. Why are there more sirens? Literally, every night for the last 4 days now, I've heard some sort of sirens go by the house, which is very strange because I haven't heard any before that. And I live in a small little town, so what is going on? Anyway,
Somebody got murdered on the bridge.
I guess so. I guess so. We do have lots of rivers near me. I live by lots of water. Okay, I guess the map feels like a good option because it shows where the car is and where she was, because she pointed out.
Yeah.
Should I present it on this one though? Just because why would she be able to see the car?
That's my leaning. I've been wrong before though.
I think I'm saving again. I don't trust Ace Attorney. Never trust Ace Attorney.
You saved multiple times as a kid. You have anxiety now.
No! I reject.
My finger is pointing to where your health is going to be at in a moment.
But how would she know it was a car here? I'm gonna do the other one just to see. She should know there's a car there!
Maybe that's point C somehow, because Ace Attorney and fuck you.
Ah! I did go donate any stupid comment. I can't even remember. That was so long ago. I went and got food in between then. Or I guess Diego. Armando.
Armadillo.
Armadillo. I see. You see Armadillo. I also think of there's a town in the Texas Panhandle called Amarillo.
Yeah.
And so I think Amarillo too. You say Armadillo and I think Amarillo in my head as well. Okay. Only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden, he couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge.
Just throw it in the water.
Just throw it in the water. I'm gonna move those 2 pieces of evidence again on these other 2 and just see. Gosh damn it. A killer not wanting his victim to be found, I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for what purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. You said so yourself, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, what is it?
Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below this bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river.
For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. Ah.
In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. If 10 murders were to occur at the same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the river. Into the water, I mean. Same difference.
Order, order, order! I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye.
I said it very point blank, it's easy to understand.
But I must admit, it does seem odd not to have thrown the body into the river. Especially considering you did that 5 years ago, supposedly.
Supposedly.
Oh,
Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, how sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would do well to try taking a dip in the river herself.
Why?
After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature.
What are you talking about?
My point is that no matter how odd you may find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with what the witness saw. Quite true.
I'm trying to make a point, but you guys didn't understand my point.
Miss Faye, seems your assertion is without merit after all.
But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous.
Edgeworth's just like, objection! The murderer was clearly stupid. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony.
I'll try.
All you have to do is tell us what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again.
Edward. Who is he talking about?
The only lady in the room. Well, I guess that's her, but
The only
she's
me.
kind of a demon.
The only. Yeah! Just a little bit.
Alright, I'll do my best.
Carried over the car. That's the new bit. Am I finally gonna be able to say she can't fucking see that? We use the same piece of evidence again?
It gets like that sometimes.
It do be like that sometimes. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time.
Done what?
Made a crucial mistake.
Crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Faye?
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. You're saying you saw that, right? With your very own eyes?
Yes, and
It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car. This outcropping of rock is directly in the way. That's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could not have possibly seen the killer's car.
I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock.
But you underestimate this dear witness here and her ability to extend her neck to see above such things.
She's actually a giraffe. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car.
that's right. It's not high at all. I was able to see his car just fine.
I'm so sorry, but that just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from. Your own photo tells the whole story. Rock. Rock is in the way! You can clearly see the left side of the bridge. But the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff.
Ah!
Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff. But still, you claim to have been able to see the killer's car.
No!
Order! Order in the court! What's the meaning of all this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure you can appreciate that the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself what she saw.
But she was repeatedly warned before starting her testimony. She was told to testify only what she saw with her own eyes.
Hey. Oh. Oh. It's the camera thing again.
Yeah.
Mr. Judge?
What is it?
I think I must have remembered things wrong.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't just say that.
Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect.
Especially
Except
when
for me.
Except for me, yes. Especially whenever I put a witness in front of them that is so simple that they all lose their minds.
Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is human, to forgive divine. And I'm a god.
Oh my lord.
I'm glad to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here.
Yeah, but not to my defendant. Immediately calling him guilty. What? That's not fair! Save the tears for later, kid. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial's over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair! Okay, kitten. You need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony.
The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there.
So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk?
Ah,
Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're gonna have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the room.
Well, witness?
well, I'm certain he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it.
What? Let me see that photo. I completely missed the first thing that Soph saw, again. True. He certainly looked like scratch marks around the keyhole.
Such a violent hum!
I don't know how to violently hum. It's obvious that this trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied?
The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here, so I'm going to save. What she just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? I'll buy it! You got me too, Melissa! Oh, it doesn't work. Melissa Foster. It looks like you've finally betrayed yourself.
What?
You said you were in a field taking photos of wildflowers. But even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally. I finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here.
And perhaps it'd be faster if Miss Faye explained herself.
Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was she happened to be passing by. I'm gonna assume it's... She put the corpse in herself. That's my assumption. 'Cause how would you know where the car was and the scratches on the car and specifically the trunk if she wasn't there? There's only one way that the witness had the chance to see those scratches.
Yes? What is it?
Naturally. When she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse in herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it?
That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that.
I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There was no need to break it open.
But he stole the car.
He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Which means that the key would have still been in the ignition.
Oh, I see.
Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk.
No.
Preposterous. You even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took?
She put it on a 20-minute delay timer.
Yeah. The corpse could only have been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time, she was taking photographs.
Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is the shutter for this may not have been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Has a timer function. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she brought this camera just to take this picture.
What are you trying to say through this, Faye? When the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed?
Well, she really did use the camera's auto timer. Then the answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly. She was not in the field.
The defense please explain further.
Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? And answering that question will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity.
Well then, please answer this question. Where was Melissa Foster when the incident on the bridge occurred?
Oh dear. I'm trying to think, right? So, our little defendant guy is innocent, and he was on the bridge like that. And he saw her alive and well when he left. Wouldn't that mean that the victim, what's her name? We haven't talked about her name. What's her name? Whatever her face is, the police lady was already dead at this point in time. There's somebody that's pretending to be the victim in her place on the bridge, and Dolly is the one putting the dead body in the defendant's trunk right now, so that he doesn't know.
Could be.
Now that we have another third party added to this, I don't know who the impersonator would be. Unless Dolly is the impersonator and there's somebody else, another third party that's putting in the trunk, but she saw the scratches, so I don't know.
Scratches could only mean one thing.
Yeah.
Tiger claws. Don Tigre!
Don Tigre strikes again! I want to put it on the car. No!
Naturally, the witness was right here, I think.
Yeah. And the spot where the defendant's car was?
Yes, she had to put the body in the trunk before the defendant returned.
You don't mind if I ask one teeny weeny question, do you, Miss Faye?
Uh-oh. He's got that condescending tone in his voice.
It never goes away. If she put the body in the trunk at that time, as you suggest, that must mean that the Valerie Hawthorne was already dead at that point. Correct?
Yes.
Indeed. Please take a look at the top of Dusky Bridge. Certainly looks to me like the victim is still alive. Am I mistaken?
Was between 4 and 5. We don't know if that's her, though.
If Valerie Hawthorne was already dead, then who was this? The mountain is famous for spirits, so maybe you think it was the ghost of the victim?
Well, it could have been a spirit, right?
Yes, I'm very convincing.
No!
Miss Faye, don't waste the court's time with this kind of foolishness.
Gosh dang it, that was the longest punishment.
They do that sometimes.
I know, I thought I was like, oh no, this isn't the right track. And then things started continuing. I'm like, oh, okay. Gotta trust the process. No, don't trust the process.
Ooh, you know what? I don't know if I loaded. I might just have to take this.
Anyway, I still maintain that the witness was in a different place at the time.
Are you certain?
Yes, I am certain. More or less.
Oh, come now, Miss Faye. Well then, please answer this question.
Okay, I'm saving. So I know for sure, because I can't remember if I saved before and I don't want to go too far back. Are we saying that she dressed up as the victim? She was the killer!
Dressed up in prison garb.
Dressed up in prison garb. And a muscle suit. And elevator shoes. I'm just gonna guess.
Naturally, the witness was right here.
But actually, the victim, Miss Hawthorne, was standing. Sound a lot more sure this time, so...
Yeah.
Order, order, order! Miss Faye, what on earth?
Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could only have been before the defendant met the victim.
How acidly. Of course, Mr. Falls met with the victim. I'm having the opposite problem in the last case. The only person with the opportunity to put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls.
You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo was not Valerie Hawthorne.
What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo?
I just pointed it out! It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness.
What?
It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster.
Me?
Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne.
The defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she is the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted.
He also spent 5 years in solitary confinement. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore.
You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof?
I've got it all right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open.
These weenies.
These weenies! At the time of the incident, Mr. Falls had forgotten what Valerie Hawthorne looked like. Look at this note. Look at it, Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster?
No.
She's dead.
She's dead! Nah, she comes back later. She's not dead.
Where's Miss Foster?
Dead.
She's collecting herself in the lobby.
It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. I saw the cup and I said culprit.
Well, we'll have to wait for Miss Foster to compose herself before we start again. Until then, this court is in recess. The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies.
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood. Well, this court is in recess. I can go play hockey.
I was gonna make a comment on that. Like, does the judge play hockey instead of dodgeball? I'm glad we're on the same line of thinking there. Glad we're on the same line of thinking.
I think they actually said he plays hockey.
Do they? I can't remember the lore on this judge.
Well, earlier on, they said something about him being, like, the legal league or something. Which, implication at the time was that he played hockey, like, among other judges.
Oh, okay, I guess so, yeah. I saw that, but I just kind of was like, whatever, they're using fancy words to flatter him somewhere because it's Edgeworth.
Yeah.
February 16th, 1:14 p.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 4. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry.
I want to say thanks. You're all good. You really hooked me up.
Thanks. We're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah. There's one more big obstacle we gotta get past. Obstacle? Yeah. Motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway?
Motive, huh?
Anyway, we're still badly in need of information.
Information. Right.
What we need the most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing.
What is it?
Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. No, this is not a laughing matter. This is not funny.
It's just such a somber picture of him. And then
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie.
Mr. Falls. In that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago.
I'm so opposed to nothing. I chew these balls.
Please don't chew balls.
Okay, I trust you. That day, 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. Looks like he's ready to go bowling with that thing.
Hey. You know, this is what 5 years of solitary confinement does to you. This is his Wilson.
This picture reminds me of it reminds me everything.
It reminds me everything.
Bridge looks same, just like then.
Or maybe his
5
grammar
years
is
ago.
bad. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, that's probably what it is.
I'm like, you don't usually see many. I think we've caught maybe one typo, 2 typos, and
I
the
think like 2.
majority of the almost 3 games we've played so far.
Like fall apart. Fall apart any minute.
So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years.
Sorry, buddy. But you sound like that. Oh my gosh, I actually read. Sorry, buddy. But you sound like the one that could fall apart at any minute.
It's true. I did. I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped a girlfriend, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh.
Your girlfriend? Huh?
Hey. Hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne?
The victim's last name.
Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister.
What? Are you serious? The girl, let her go.
Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her.
Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. The detective back then was Valerie Hawthorne. At first I thought shooting someone for kidnapping was crossing the line, but it was to protect her little sister. I can understand why she did it.
Oh, no protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us.
What do you mean she betrayed you?
Everything. All lies. All make-believe. Kidnapping too.
Make-believe kidnapping?
Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel.
Ugh, did he actually say my teen angel? You've seen one too many soap operas.
I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
Anything Dahlia says. Hold on a minute. What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie too.
Valerie was in on it?
Dahlia's family rich. jewelry business. You get one jewel? That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We sent to her dad. As for $2 million diamond, tell him make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer, cause she knew detective.
Having a police detective in your pocket's a useful thing, alright. In the end, you were planning on splitting that 2 million 3 ways, huh?
Yeah, but that woman. That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shot at me for real. Me and Dahlia. I was shot in the arm. Dahlia. She jumped in river. And I never saw her again.
Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you?
I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over me.
And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence.
I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me.
That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below.
It's 5 years. All I wonder is... Why? Why did she lie? That's all I want to know.
So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself.
Yes, but I forget what she looked like. So tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her. Just ask why. Why? Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just want to hear an answer come from her mouth. That's all.
So that's why you made a crazy escape like that.
Just one thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it?
Huh?
Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it?
I don't know.
Huh? You don't know?
No, really. I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia.
With Dahlia?
That day, on the bridge. Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone with Dahlia. Gone forever. Into Eagle River.
It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute.
You can come back
Come
in.
back in now.
Sorry.
We're about ready to go.
Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, do you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne?
Never found her. My sweet Dahlia.
They never found her.
Swallowed by river. Gone. Dahlia. My teen angel.
Your teen angel. How old was she anyway?
She was 14.
14? I guess you were rubbing cradles before diamonds.
How old is this man?
How old is this man?
He was 21, so
Yeah.
Or no, he would have been 20 at the time. That was.
Yeah, 5 years ago. It's not a bad age gap, it's just unfortunate at the point of time in their lives.
Yeah.
She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man. Angels these days.
Falls takes the fall and gets a one-way ticket to death row.
Is Delia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really we already talked about it, she's a demon.
It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now.
You bet. Diamond added to the core record.
The training wheels come off now, Mia. You've got to strike while the iron's hot. That's one of my rules. Remember it.
February 16th, 1:49 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4.
Now then, let's continue with the trial of Miss Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best.
You're a brave young lady.
Not this again.
I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, to try to pin the crime on an innocent student is...
What are you talking about?
My witness is not the person on trial here. She is an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime. That's all. Possible reason would a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? Certainly hard to imagine this woman as a murderer. Twice, 3 times.
Yeah? Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next.
Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence for the motive?
You asked me that question, it makes me want to save.
Yes. Of course, I think.
You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten.
Mr. Armando.
Listen. A lawyer is someone who smiles, no matter how bad it gets. Oh!
Cries a little bit. Just a little bit.
Smiling on the outside while your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro.
Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me? May I speak, Mr. Judge?
Of course! Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like.
I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why. I at least wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that it's not true.
I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady.
Samp.
Looks like this witness is a real professional.
What do you mean?
Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things are darkest for her. Click! She lights right up.
Very well then. Let's hear what the witness has to say.
Okay. Before we go into her testimony, though, we should take our ad break. So,
Alright.
hang tight, we will be right back. Okay, time to do Melissa's history.
I was out of the country until the year before last. Until I entered college, I had never even been to Eagle Mountain before. And I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. Or kidnapping a poor girl. I just think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster.
Out of the country, eh? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed.
You're up to bat, kid. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile.
You bet.
Somehow I have to tie her to this case.
Where were you?
So, what country were you living in then?
We were all living abroad, but after my parents were killed,
It was a brutal civil. She had to try to make her way back home alone.
I lost everything. I didn't even have any personal identification.
What kind of sob story is this? What do we do? Should I press her for details?
Yeah.
Witness, answer my question. I'll even repeat it for you. What country were you in?
Your Honor, this line of questioning is childish. What country she was in and how many languages she may speak are irrelevant here. What we're here to evaluate is whether this witness has any connection to this case.
I've lived abroad ever since I was a little girl. That's why I could never have known Mr. Falls or Detective Hawthorne.
Yes, I think we've established that point. Yes, indeed. Well then, shall we add what you've just stated to the official testimony?
Yes.
Yes, please, Mr. Judge.
You didn't know either person? Are you certain of that?
Yes, I'm afraid I'm rather shy around people.
Oh well, that can't be helped.
Why is he just agreeing with everything that comes out of her mouth?
First time you saw either of them was when they were on the bridge, correct?
Yes, it really was a coincidence.
So what made you decide to go to Eagle Mountain anyway?
I just love being outdoors. Picnics, hiking, you know, that sort of thing.
You don't look like much of a hiker to me. But you do look like a digger of sorts. But Eagle Mountain is a 2-hour drive from here and no trains run through there. There are plenty of mountains that are closer and easier to get to.
Well, I went there once with the college hiking club. I fell in love with its dark, desolate beauty, and its cold yet romantic gloominess.
You said you've never been here before!
Didn't know you were such a goth. By the way, what's the name of your college?
Prosecution objects to any questions that involve the witness's private life. All that matters is that she is a material witness to a crime. The witness doesn't need to respond to questions that are clearly malicious in intent.
Thank you. She's really gone too far.
Asking about your
Yeah.
college.
Yeah. That's right. You're treading on thin ice here.
I hardly said anything.
Talk about sensitive.
Didn't she? Either the victim or defendant. Until I entered college, so I guess the college hiking club. Aww.
Perhaps, but your behavior that day was very suspicious. Not only have you contradicted yourself here in court, but you know things you shouldn't. For example, the scratches on the trunk of the car.
Well, that's...
Unfortunately, Miss Fay, your last statement proves nothing.
Oh really? And why is that?
The witness came to the police station once to identify the suspect. It's entirely possible that, at that time, an officer showed her this photo. That seems like a rather serious mistake.
To be fair, it's an invasive question, but she's already contradicted herself, and she said that she's only been to Eagle Mountain because of her hiking club or whatever. So to ask what college you're at, see if they actually have a hiking club, it's not, I don't think it's too far off.
Huh. That's the oldest trick in the prosecutor's book.
That's not fair.
That wicked inmate. I'll never be able to forget that horrible day.
Grudge.
Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death.
How would she know about this? What have we covered? Would she know about this?
No.
I don't think she should know about this.
Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt.
My client has always maintained that he's innocent on those charges.
He seems rather forgetful. Your client, I mean. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot the poor policewoman as well.
What do you mean by that?
Your client. He forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well.
Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls is kind of forgetful. Yeah, I mean, they are giving her way too much leeway after she told Silver huge lies. Exactly! She's already suspicious, so any question that I ask about her personally, especially if we're trying to ascertain who she is and what her motives are, especially since I pointed out that she was the one that did it, right? I'm trying to prove it so I can ask questions like that. It's with her lying. Press harder. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What do you mean by that?
Well, he couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right?
Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification.
Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me.
That's true. He's clearly a bitter man.
This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to go too deep. What should I do with that last statement? What was her statement? If I had been wearing a white scarf that day, he would have come after me. Added to this money. What hurt? Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony.
Prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and a mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to further prove that point.
No, that's not why.
Enough. Witness, if you would.
My pleasure, Mr. Judge. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf.
Or were you?
Or were you?
What do you mean by lucky?
Well, it's February now. Everyone's wearing scarves. I'd accidentally worn a white scarf like he said.
Then you yourself might have been killed.
Well, even still, it wasn't technically a white scarf that was dirty.
Ah, that would have been a terrible loss for this world.
Looks like you pressed too hard this time, kitten. Mr. Armando. Keep looking around. Keep looking around you, and you're gonna lose sight of the finish line. Justice is blind, but she's not deaf. Sometimes you have to know when to not talk.
Ah. I don't press this one, I don't think.
You knew about that incident? But weren't you out of the country until the year before last?
Well, I saw a report about the escaped convict on the news. They had an in-depth report about his whole history.
You were still living abroad 5 years ago, is that right?
Yes.
In the country of Eagle River.
Yeah. I can't let her get away with these lies. Listen to me. She's neck deep in this whole thing. Somehow, you're just gonna have to get her to show the court her true self.
What do I have? What do I have to show? Okay, dude. Hopefully it's not the map again. I'm tired of the map. By the victim. Taken by the witness. Victim's note. 4:30 at that bridge. Tomo's scratching at the door. Un momento, por favor. Didn't mean to rhyme. Okay. White scarf for identification. Talk to Dolly to tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Let's order the trunk of Fall's car. What do you want from us, Melissa?
Melissa.
Melissa. That's even your real name.
You seem stressful.
Don't. The victim or the defendant. Till I entered college, I'd never even been to Eagle Mountain before. Certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Lay a grudge in killing the officer who testified against you 10 years ago? 5 years ago. Guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. She shouldn't have known. Okay, she shouldn't have known about the note that specified a white scarf. Theoretically, I think she should not know the information on that. The scarf that we have is blue. That is my only lead right now. I don't know where else to go with that. Do you have any other thoughts?
No.
And I guess we're going in with the scarf. Let's try.
I have to show the map again.
I don't want to read that map again, please.
Oh?
Oh ho ho!
Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf on the victim. Look at the scarf the victim wore as identification.
Ah, you're talking about this scarf right here, eh?
Yes, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing.
I've got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I guess I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf.
What?
This is a scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me.
Oh.
Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. It's not surprising that she mistook it for white.
Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf.
Yes, but what's the significance? Surely the scarf doesn't look white, but...
There's only one explanation for this mix-up. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... Oh. My attorney's badge. It's just the note? That's the only thing that signifies a white scarf. Oh, that's 3 health points though, and I can't save. We're going with it. Witness. Have you ever seen this note?
No. No. Never.
I don't even know how to read.
Oh.
Top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have.
I wonder about that.
What do you mean?
This note shows Mr. Fall's instructions to the victim regarding their meeting. It says, wear white scarf for identification.
White scarf? Ah!
Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said white scarf. Well, Miss Foster?
No!
Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public.
And yet, this witness knew exactly what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one. The person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person.
Did you say one more person?
That's right. A person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the contents of the note was... Dahlia Hawthorne? Question mark, question mark, question mark? And that person is... Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before. I'm stupid.
Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time. There's her name right there.
What's this? Who is this person, this Dahlia Hawthorne? This Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life.
Well, you were the one talking about ghosts earlier, Edgeworth. Did you not want me to think about that?
Dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls.
You said she was killed, but was she really?
What are you implying?
Of course, people thought she had died. 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found.
She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead.
But the fact remains that her body was never recovered. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she would be 19 now. Melissa Foster. I believe that's the same age you are.
Even you couldn't. Miss Faye, you're not Say. Finish your sentences, buddy.
But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
What?
Nice work. That was like tossing a grenade in a five-alarm fire. But, unless you can tie all those loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can express her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Now is my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth squirm.
Goodness, who are you anyway? I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness.
Yes, I understand.
What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I am Dahlia Hawthorne.
No!
I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't mean... Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses.
What did he say?
Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go.
No way! But then why?
If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was for her testimony, so he made a little trade.
Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see.
Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years?
That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime.
Of her sister? Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute.
For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder.
Really, Miss Faye, I must say, your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost.
I think that's you, Edgeworth. Quit reflecting on me. How dare you?
Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious. Her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her.
What?
I'm inclined to agree with the prosecutor's logic. Family members aren't allowed to kill each other.
Nope.
Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason will this witness have for killing her beloved sister?
Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somebody has turned it around on me. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kid. The Vance is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. That was me. It was this guy. This crazy coffee addict.
I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man.
What makes you think they're empty, boy?
Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets.
I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? Of course! Aren't I? No. You just arrived at the moment of truth. That's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me?
Ah, the rashness of youth. How charming. Shut up, Edward.
This coming from someone younger than me.
Now then, let's not waste any more time. Miss Faye. What would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne?
Say... Doesn't specifically say it on there, but I have a feeling that...
It's either that or the note saying that they need to come clean.
Yeah. Talk to Dahlia, tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Oh, I didn't save. Murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne. No or the diamond. No or the diamond. Am I looking at point B or am I looking at point C? This one says used for ransom as Dahlia, but are we going to get into the minutia of what Mr. Falls told us? That's always the question, right? When there's nothing explicitly said on there, how far do you think they're going to talk about it?
Yeah. And nothing has been brought up about what actually happened.
Yeah. So I don't know when we're going to open that can of worms. Because I could just as easily be like, oh yeah, on this note, it shows that Valerie made a note that she's going to talk to Dahlia about coming clean. And that could be like, oh yeah, you know, like, she doesn't want her secret getting out, so that could work. But at the same time, they could be like, that's not enough motive for murder. So it's hard to choose. I don't know which way the cookie's gonna crumble. Oh, and it hurts. I don't have a save either. It's fine. We have enough life. I want to go with the note because it specifically ties in Dahlia. This doesn't mention anything about the past, and this could also be part of a two-part thing, right? Or at the very least, this leads into the diamond. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Oh, I don't feel good about it, especially since I don't have a save, but I'm doing it. Doing the note. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out. Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth.
Whole truth?
And nothing but it. There's a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth shut permanently.
Terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was the secret that was so important? What is your evidence?
Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne, and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh yes, I know the secret.
Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony.
What testimony?
Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago, we believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature
Of the important secret between the Hawthorne sisters.
Well, I'll grant you your request for further testimony. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf?
Yes. I'll try, Mr. Judge.
Play on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. This time will be the last. So I can read. This time will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. 5 years ago.
Pet names that we've learned from this stream are Kitten and My Little Maple Leaf.
My little maple leaf. Many nicknames. Not many, but more than usual. If I had a nickel every time, there was a weird nickname that came up in the trial. I'd only have 2 nickels, but it's strange that it happened twice. Okay. Why did I take a bite of food right before I'm gonna talk again?
5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. For this to help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And we're to believe that, after all that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye?
Yes, Your Honor.
As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination.
Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. We're not allowed to fight. Let's twist some arms. Listen up. We still got that info. That ace up our sleeve.
What info?
Come on, kitten. I'd say you forgot already. The fact that the kidnapping 5 years ago was staged.
That's right. It was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby.
I'll do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says.
What you're saying is that the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by...
Yeah, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too.
Yes. That's it. The fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret.
Okay. Let's save. So we don't get smacked on the wrist for being too rough with little Maple Leaf here.
Did you and Mr. Falls have a relationship? Yes. As a tutor.
You were tutoring him, Mr. Falls?
No. Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Mr. Falls came to the house to tutor me.
What?
That makes sense. 5 years ago, she was only 14. That doesn't make sense, Mia. Think about it.
He probably came up with a kidnapping plan during that time. The Hawthorns are in the jewelry trade and are quite wealthy, you see. Quite a clever fellow, that Mr. Falls.
Did I hear him right? Did he just call Mr. Falls a clever fellow? I heard the diamond is valued at in the neighborhood of $2 million.
$2 million?
It was still uncut, so it was about the size of a pint of milk?
A pint of milk? I guess there's not really any reference for size on this, is there? But...
Nope.
Holy crap!
$2 million pint of milk. I don't know what to think about that. The defendant demanded that her sister, Valerie, make the exchange. Not as a detective, of course, but as an individual.
By the way, I want to ask you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why do you think he wanted to make the exchange up there on the mountain? If he ever got surrounded, it would be hard to escape.
There's one thing the kidnapper wants to prevent. That's police involvement. In a place like that, it would be easy to tell if he was being followed. With only one entrance to the mountain, he was ensuring his safety.
Also blocking his exit.
What a wickedly clever man that Mr. Falls is.
Yeah, right. It was all your plan.
Anyway, Mallory brought the diamond to the mountain and...
That was a dangerous thing to do considering you were being held hostage.
Yes, but... Actually, that saved my life.
What do you mean?
You see, Mr. Falls was holding a knife in his right hand. Somehow I just knew he was going to use it. I knew he was going to use that knife to kill me. That's why my sister shot him. It was to save me. That's what
I don't need to read this bit.
I'd like to hear more about what happened right at that moment.
Well, when Mr. Falls was shot in the right arm, he let go of me. I was dazed. I turned to try to run away, but Mr. Falls turned to grab me as well. As I ran past, he and I locked eyes for a second. He gave me a large, bloodthirsty grin.
Bloodthirsty grin? Whoa.
And then the next instant...
I was dead.
I was dead.
I advise the court to remember that the river is 18 feet deep and incredibly swift.
Okay, so she feasibly could have lived from jumping off it. Obviously.
I was a strong swimmer, but I was knocked out. When I came to, I'd been carried away by the river to a strange place.
Another country.
Another country! I'll never forget that day. The crumbling bridge, nowhere to run. And just one little shove from behind. That was it. Before my sister could catch me, I fell into the river.
And that's why you hid your identity.
Yes. I only told my sister.
Valerie Hawthorne, eh?
Yes. She's the only one who knew about me.
Meanwhile, legally, this witness has been deceased for 5 years.
I didn't ever want something like that to happen to me again.
And that new identity was Melissa Foster, right?
Yes. My sister helped me get the official paperwork taken care of.
That makes sense. Without an insider's help, doing all the paperwork would have been impossible.
She was the only person left in the world I could count on. And you think I killed her? There's no way I could.
It's the moment of truth for this witness, too. Once the truth about this staged kidnapping comes out, everyone in the court will know how much of a Jezebel she really is. I've just gotta prove that kidnapping was a hoax.
Okay, what do we have to deal with? I was reading and I was paying attention, but whenever I get in, especially with like Dahlia, where I'm like pitching my voice and stuff, I'm like, what did she say again? I know I said it out of my mouth, but what did she say again?
Was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Ransom price was a raw diamond. In exchange, she shot him. Did it say? No, it doesn't say anything about.
Since sometimes it does happen to be in like the margins of words, the profiles of left versus right.
Yeah.
Escaped custody 2 days ago.
Tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge. Lost to Eel River 5 years ago. We pressed everything. Unchanged for 5 years. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived. I was afraid from being kidnapped again for my family's ransom. Decided to start my new identity and start a new life. Okay. I was kidnapped. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister brought it. After she made these things, she shot Falls in the arm. So Mr. Falls tried to kill me, shoved me off a bridge.
It's gonna be really hard to shove someone off that bridge.
I know, I was thinking about that. It's not as creaky as the map makes it look to be. Like, you could slip between, but it'd be hard to push just a 14-year-old girl by just, like, shoving her, you know?
Yeah, and like if you went to where the slats are broken,
Yeah.
you would not fall in the river.
Yeah. Maybe that is the point? Shoved me off the bridge from behind. I survived, I was afraid.
Instead of knowing that, they'd probably be like, well, that wasn't what the bridge looked like 5 years ago.
Shut your mouth, Edgeworth. You're a smarmy little brat now that you haven't gone through your 1 year of exploration of finding yourself after you died. Mr. Fires tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind.
I don't know, man.
Help me out, help me out. Armando, help me out here. You seem to know what's going on.
5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. Okay. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money. So I decided to change my identity and start a new life.
I swear if it's the fucking map again.
Tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind.
We don't have any pictures from the past either. I feel like this is gonna be something that I've overlooked, and it's stupid simple, but it's very specific. I don't know what it is, I'm gonna cheat. History 5 years ago. Gosh damn it.
Is the map?
It's the map.
You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe.
But it's true. I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls.
I'm sorry. I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said, that's hard to believe. I should have said, that's impossible.
Impossible?
I asked that the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge. Now and 5 years ago. That bridge hasn't changed one bit in the last 5 years. It's someone who pushed you from behind, as you've claimed. Instead of being carried away by the river, you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? That very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible.
Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then.
But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. It's not Minecraft. Even if there's a small puddle on the ground, doesn't mean she would have been saved.
You're right. The event occurred just as the witnesses testified. And the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what is the meaning of this?
You see,
Just a moment, Your Honor. My eyes are coming out of my skull. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge.
What do you mean?
After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. by pushing her up and over. That's true, she would have fallen into the river. Miss Hawthorne, Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct?
Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires.
You can't be serious.
Order! Order in the court! Seems Nasei's assault has finally reached its conclusion.
Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault.
What?
I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again I'm forced to say, that's impossible.
Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it?
Have you seen the almost 5-foot-tall wires that Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. Do I serious? Oh no, probably this one in it. I'm gonna assume so. I don't have a save, it's only 2 health though. I think it's that one. Why would he have been able to throw her over the edge if there was wires that go this tall? And he also had a bum arm. That's my logic. Your Honor, all the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend up to about 5 feet off the ground. And
It was fun, Pete.
Hey! Good guess. It'd be impossible to push someone off from here.
No!
But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. Could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over.
So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm.
Ah!
And more importantly, Valerie Hawthorne had her gun trained on him at point-blank range. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge? That is clearly impossible.
Wow!
Missed most of the trial, but you got hot cocoa, so it's worth it. Yeah, hot cocoa is good, man. Hot cocoa's good.
Order! Order! Where's the meaning of this?
If anything, you come back at the best time. We're hitting the climax. Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. Why is there a...
Why did I hear a growl?
Don Tigray? What are you doing here?
Indeed. What do you mean by such a ridiculous remark?
Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun and handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide.
Perhaps, but still, that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current. But even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the river.
Oh, then what is it? What was so important that she'd want to jump into the river?
The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of the Eagle River. Diamond, yeah?
Scarf.
Huh? Oh, yeah, the scarf. Definitely.
It's the one.
5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia that day. The item that Valerie brought up the mountain with her. The $2 million diamond.
No, it can't be.
Yes, Dolly had it all planned from the beginning. The $2 million. She was going to keep it all for herself. Thank you for all the quack. Thank you for all the quacks. Thank you for all the honks quacking. All the honks. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river. So many honks. With the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan? Yes.
This woman is a demon. And there was one more.
Man.
And there was one more person who helped make a demon. Who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim was involved in the kidnapping plot as well? But she was a detective then. You were saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping.
Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience over the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister, Dahlia. And then she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, and she wrote it in a note.
That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is what you hatched your demonic plan. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne. It's so shocking.
Wait.
Before we get into this, because she's gonna go on a rampage, I'm sure. We need to take an ad break. We need to go. We need to go on ad break here real quick. So we'll be right back. Hey, hang tight for some insanity from a demon.
Okay, let's get back into it.
Oh my gosh, so that actually scared me. Ah, it's getting set, getting in the character all of a sudden, right in my ear. Ah.
Who is that? Laughing at a time like this.
Forgive me. It's just hilarious.
Witness? Is that you?
You amuse me, woman. Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you?
Evidence?
Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14, I plotted with Mr. Falls and my sister.
Well,
And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence, at least show that.
Well, Miss Faye?
I don't know.
What a joke. You, Miss Faye. Are you stupid or something?
How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago? I don't even have decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Well, it seems that we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise a certain suspicion. However, I'm forced to reject the assertions made by the defense.
Of course you are.
Is this it? Is it really over? The girl's made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it. Huh. Without evidence, the trial's over? Who decided that? Mr. Armando! Come on now, kitten. Have you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony. Testimony? On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid the body in the trunk from Mr. Falls's stolen car, and then went to meet with him. Disguised as her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. And that's what you think, right?
Yes, that's right.
In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do.
Who's the one person that can testify to this demon woman's crimes? Our defendant?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's our defendant.
We have to summon Valerie Hawthorne back from the dead.
Yeah. Hey, Mia, that's easy for you, right? Wait, no, you quit that and you went to go become a lawyer, was it?
Yeah, I guess it would just have to be him. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness.
A new witness.
Yes. We would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls.
The defendant.
There's only one person that can shed further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne. Or whether it was in fact her younger sister, Dahlia, disguised as her. There's only one person who can solve this riddle for once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls.
Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this?
Why not? Prosecution has no objection.
Oh well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand.
This is my last chance, Mr. False. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guild. You're all I have left.
Defendant, you've heard everything that has been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Dahlia betrayed me.
Mr. Falls. I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used. For $2 million.
That's not true. Mr. Falls, there's only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne, or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other.
Terry,
Dahlia. It's true. You are alive. At the other witness stand.
the other witness stand. You don't trust me anymore? That makes me sad.
Tell the truth. Tell the real truth. I believed in you.
I shouldn't need to say it. You should already know. But there's one thing I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry.
Dahlia. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once and only once. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Witness. Hey! I'm sorry. I apologize. Water, please. Water.
Hmm?
Can't talk. Need water.
Oh well. I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself.
That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on the bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. Never put nobody in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, and she left. It was Valerie. That's my Dahlia.
Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same for you?
That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination.
Is this how you want to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You can. I think. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Armando. According to the note, the meeting was supposed to take place at 4:30. You certainly arrived early, didn't you?
It was raining. Already dark, too.
You waited on the bridge for 30 minutes. Mr. Falls?
Eagle Mountain. That spot. Strong memories.
Why did he just clam up? Could it be? He's hiding something here?
No, I don't hide things in court.
You were quite early, so you waited on the bridge, correct?
Yeah, I like waiting. I'm used to it.
I'm sure he is. The zebra boy waited 5 years to ask a single question. To find out why a woman betrayed him. To him, 30 minutes must have been like a blink of an eye.
He's playing Genshin on his phone.
I see. Doing his dailies.
Yep.
You were watching the car.
That bridge. Other side is broken. Nobody can come from there. So, I was watching car. What else were you expecting him to do?
Do his Genshin daily stuff. I suppose it's the obvious thing to do, but something's bothering me. I'm getting that feeling. A contradiction?
I wonder what's on the other side of the broken bridge anyway. No one lives there. There's a small shrine up on the mountain, but that's it. Anyway, nobody came. No car, nothing.
Mr. Falls, think carefully now. Are you certain that it was Valerie Hawthorne?
I never lie. It's the truth. It was Valerie. Remember her face.
Wait a minute. If you'd remembered her face, then why did you make her wear a scarf as blah 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 scarf as identification?
Sorry. I told a little lie. But the woman I met, she was different from the woman standing here now. She was different. It was Valerie.
What did you talk to her about anyway? Mr. Falls?
Valerie told the truth about the kidnapping 5 years ago. She said someone needed to take the blame for it. It was all I could think to do. She said that. That's why she lied. Got me the death penalty. And were you satisfied with that answer, witness? Dahlia died. It was my fault. But I don't really remember. Maybe I did. Maybe I did push her.
Shh, don't talk about it.
It don't matter no more. Either way, my Dahlia, my sweet teen angel, dead.
But you just saw that she isn't dead.
He's a little stupid.
Yeah.
After Valerie talked to me on bridge, nothing left to live for.
How can you be so sure? It was raining at the time, and sunset that day was at 5 o'clock. It would have already been pretty dark on the mountain at 4:30. Please, Mr. Falls. This is your last chance. You've already taken the fall once for something you didn't do.
Mr. Falls taking the falls. A woman. It wasn't Dahlia. Stop right there. What more needs to be said?
Even if it means the death penalty. Even if it means taking the blame for murder. Still do whatever is necessary to protect her. Won't you, Mr. Falls? I know it's obvious, but he's clearly lying. He's been cursed by Dahlia Hawthorne. He'll probably go to his grave still believing in her. Mr. Falls. Even if you can show he's lying, the poor guy will still be cursed. You'll still have to point out the contradiction anyway. That's the curse of being a defense lawyer, I guess.
Okay, what was strange to me was he said, woman, what, woman come and talk in front of me? She stood in front of me. But to go back to our little handy dandy map, the victim was closer to the broken bits, and the killer, or our defendant, supposedly, right, is closer towards the car side, right? The fixed side of the bridge. So that's a little strange. Did we do this picture again?
I would think
Because-
so.
I'm sorry, what?
I would think so.
Save. Just to be safe.
So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying.
Huh? Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Wah, 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 wah.
Oh, I'd love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay.
You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. It's obviously the person that came first would be the one at the end of the bridge, right?
But the victim at the end of the bridge.
Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did.
Blah.
Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth.
Such a weird character voice.
Caveman.
I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to this special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah, it's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought a memento to represent our love.
A memento.
5 years ago, I headed under the base of the tree there.
Ah,
Special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. You saw a bottle of necklace is your memento? Quite charming, but it looks empty.
oh, that'll change real quickly.
Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. But then left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
What?
I clicked through it.
I think he's on Eric.
He did just go work, I think. But I double clicked.
Oh.
With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car.
Indeed. There certainly was no time for that.
I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it.
Huh? Mr. Falls?
That's enough. Please. Witness. I promised her 5 years ago. If it ever happened, that we can't trust each other no more. Then I have to eat the necklace. We're supposed to drink bottle. No, stop the trial. Your Honor, we need a recess. And a medic.
Yeah.
I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this.
No! We're so close! Just a little more. I was gonna prove your innocence!
No, don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill Sweet Dolly. Again.
Mr. Falls!
Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee.
Mr. Falls! And so my first trial ended. Suddenly and tragically. It ended with no winners. Only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul, I thought I'd never heal. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando. We were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew I wasn't cut out for this. Mia. Go do stop, please. Mia. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet.
Sir.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. Then you file them away and eventually forget them. Is this Phoenix?
Maybe? I assume. Damn. 1 year later, in this very same courthouse, I myself got wrapped up in that case.
Donde está the murder weapon? Can you point out the murder weapon?
Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put on trial for her crimes. The verdict that was ultimately handed down to her was guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least, so I thought at that time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something's happened that's made me remember all this. Because we like the number 5.
I also like number 5.
Same.
And he's not going to elaborate, because it's going to be the next one. And thus, Edgeworth didn't technically list his case. That's true. It didn't occur to me till right here at the very end that I was like, oh shit, this is Mia's first case. And Mia technically had been not prosecuted. She'd never been a prosecutor. She'd technically been a defense attorney for a year before representing Phoenix, but she'd only had that one case before that she lost. So I was like, piecing the puzzle. What? Piecing the puzzle together? I guess that's a sentence. That's true. That's a sentence.
Yeah.
Piecing the puzzle together. We're getting little blips of the past and how everything falls into place. I like that though. Even though it was a short, like, little tutorial one, it was very. I think it was more meant to be there for.
Setting the stage.
Yeah, setting the stage, and I'm sure that's going to go into whatever's here. Also, why is the statue back? Why is that statue back? Amy Faye.
It's even got the sword.
It even has a sword. Yeah. Well,
Will there be a samurai involved?
Who knows? Who knows? There's a bridge at the very least. That's all I know. There's a bridge, there's Phoenix, and then there's Amy Faye. Sorry, not Amy Faye. I am Faye. You know, like the dog food.
They fixed the jar.
They did fix the jar. She was dog food for a little while, though.
That's glib.
What?
That's glib.
But yeah. So, this is a good place to end it. Let's see if anybody is on. Let's see. See here. Looks like Crash and Flan are on. We'll go right after Flan.
Yeah.
The ad goes through. There we go. Okay, looks like they're playing Forewarned, which I'm not sure exactly what Forewarned is, but they're hanging out and doing that.
Phasmo adjacent.
Phasmo adjacent. All right. We can do that. But yeah. So, what do I want to say? I don't know what I want to say. It's been 5.5 hours. Do I ever know what to say at the end of the stream? Never. Absolutely not. Yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed Ace Attorney stream. We actually got to end it on our terms tonight. Thank you for hanging out, Soph. Appreciate it. Yeah. Glad we were able to get Ace Attorney in this week.
You got any plans for this upcoming week?
I currently don't have stuff planned for this week. I need to get that on the docket. But when plans are figured out, it will be posted on Twitter, so you guys can go follow me there if you want to keep up to date with schedule and all that jazz. Phasmo with mummies. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, be great. It'll be great. We've done some Phasmo stuff here. It'll be fun. It'll be great. We'll go right over. But yeah, thank you everyone for coming to hang out. We're gonna go raid Flan, who's playing Forewarned with, looks like, Siren the Librarian and Crash. So we'll go do that now. I don't know what else to say here, so I guess I'll see you guys next time. This has been Michio logging off. Until next time. Bye guys.
Bye.